What's the status, 3?
I'm good, just making the world a better place, that's all.
Our bodies are given life in the midst of nothingness. Existing where there is nothing is the meaning of the phrase, form is emptiness. That all things are provided for by nothingness is the meaning of the phrase, emptiness is form. One should not think that these are two separate things.
Can I be your...
Peace. Let's see. Looks like a ninja star. It's very interesting. Peace to Mind's Eye. What's up, Monty? So, let me just start from the beginning, man. Magnet power. One thing which we are told is that permanent magnets can't do any work. Oh yes, magnets can support themselves against the pull of the theory of gravity when they stick on your refrigerator, but we are told they cannot do any work. Really? What exactly is a permanent magnet? Well, if you take a piece of suitable material like mild steel, put it inside a coil of wire, and drive a strong electrical current through the coil, then that converts the steel into a permanent magnet. What length of time does the current need to be in the coil to make the magnet? Less than 1/100th of a second. How long can the resulting magnet support its own weight against, I hate that word, schmavity, years and years? Blah blah blue. It says the answer is that the magnet does not actually exert any power at all. In the same way that a solar panel does not put any effort into producing electricity. The power of the magnet flows from the environment and not from the magnet at all. The electrical pulse which creates the magnet aligns the atoms inside the steel and creates a magnet, a dipole, which has the same effect as the electrical dipole of a battery does. It polarizes the quantum environment surrounding it and causes great streams of energy flow around itself, does it? One of the attributes of this energy flow is what we call magnetism, and that allows the magnet to stick to the door of your refrigerator and defy gravity for years to end. Unlike the battery, we do not put in a position where it immediately destroys its own dipole. So as a result, energy flows around the magnet pretty much indefinitely. We are told that permanent magnets can't be used to do useful work. That is not true. This is a picture of a Chinese man, Shen He Wang, or Wang. He's a Wang Wang. Peace be. Alright. Says most inventors don't seem to realize it, but almost every government is opposed to members of the public getting hold of any serious free energy device, although they are happy to use these devices themselves. Their objective is to dominate and control ordinary people, and a major factor is to control the supply and cost of power. We know this. A second method used everywhere is to control money, and without noticing it, governments manage to take away about 78% of people's income, mainly by concealed methods, indirect taxes, charges, fees. If you want to know more about it, then visit being blah blah blah. But please understand that the reason why free energy devices are not for sale in your local shop has to do with political control, invested financial interest, and has nothing whatsoever to do with technology. All technological problems have been solved, literally thousands of times, but the benefit has been suppressed by those in power. Two of Mr. Wang's 5-kilowatt generators successfully completed the Chinese government's mandatory 6-month reliability and safety testing program in April of 2008. One large Chinese consortium has started buying up coal-fired electricity generating stations in China. The motor consists of a rotor, which has 4 arms, and which sits in a shallow bowl of liquid, which has a colloidal suspension of magnet particles in it. There is a patent on the motor, but it is not in English, and what it reveals is not a major amount. And this is the patent, I guess. It was Mr. Wang's invention to give his motor design to every country in the world and invite them to make it for themselves. This very generous attitude does not take into account the many vested financial interests in each country. Which will oppose the introduction of any device which taps into free energy, and which consequently would destroy their continuous streams of income. It is even possible that you would not be allowed to go to China, buy one, and bring it back with you for use at home. Of course not. So much for the greatest country in the world. It is not easy to arrange permanent magnets in a pattern, which can provide a continuous force in a single direction, as there tends to be a point where the forces of attraction and repulsion balance and produce a position in which the rotor settles down and sticks. There are various ways to avoid this happening. It is possible to modify the magnet field by diverting it through soft iron component. There are many other designs of permanent magnet motors, but before showing some of them, it is probably worth discussing what useful work can be performed by the rotating shaft of a permanent magnet motor. With a home-built permanent magnet motor, where cheap components have been used and the quality of workmanship may not be all that great, though that is most definitely not the case with some home construction. The shaft power may not be very high. Generating electrical power is a common goal. And that can be achieved by causing permanent magnets to pass by coils of wire. The closer to the wire coils, the greater power generated in those coils. Unfortunately, doing this creates magnetic drag, and that drag increases with the amount of electrical current being drawn from the coils. There are ways to reduce this drag on the shaft rotation. One way is to use an Eklund-Brown style of electrical generator, where the shaft rotation does not move magnets past coils, but instead moves a magnetic screen which alternatively blocks and restores a magnetic path through the generating coils. A commercially available material called mu metal is particularly good as magnetic shield material, as a piece shaped like a plus sign is used in the Eklund-Brown generator. It reminds me of the crosses on the cathedrals and stuff. John W. Eklund was granted U.S. patent number 3,879,622 on the 29th of March 1974. The patent is for a magnetic electric motor generator which produces an output greater than the input necessary to run it. There are two styles of operation. The man's illustration for the first is for people interested in free energy and stuff, I found these diagrams and explains everything. And me, fuck the government, and we need to start producing our own electricity. This is very interesting here. Here, the clever idea to use a small, low-power motor to rotate a magnetic shield to match the pull of two magnets. This causes a fluctuating magnet field, which is used to rotate a generator drive. In the diagram above, the motor at point A rotates the shaft and shielding strips at point B. Where's point A? Okay. These rectangular mu metal strips form a very conductive path for the magnetic lines. Excuse me. I got the hiccups. These rectangular mu metal strips form a very conductive path for the magnetic lines of force when they are lined up with the ends of the magnets, and they effectively shut off the magnet pull in the area of point C. So what's point C? At point C, the spring-loaded traveler is pulled to the left when the right-hand magnet is shielded, and the left-hand magnet is not shielded. When the motor shaft rotates further, the traveler is pulled to the right when the left hand magnet is shielded and the right hand magnet is not shielded. This oscillation is passed by mechanical linkage to point D, where it is used to rotate a shaft used to power a generator. As the effort needed to rotate the magnet shield is relatively low, it is claimed that the output exceeds the input and so can be used to power the motor, which rotates the magnetic shield. And this is the second method for exploiting the idea as shown in the patent. Here is the same shielding idea is utilized to produce a reciprocating movement, which is then converted to two rotary motions to drive two generators. The pair of magnets A are placed in a housing and pressed towards each other by two springs. When the springs are fully extended, they are just clear of the magnetic shield B. When a small electric motor, not shown in a diagram of course, moves the magnetic shield out of the way, the two magnets are strongly repelled from each other as their north poles are close together. This compresses the springs, and through the linkages at C, they turn two shafts to generate output power. A modification of this idea is the Eklund-Brown generator. In this arrangement, the movable magnetic shielding arrangement provides a direct electrical output rather than a mechanical movement. I'm not gonna, bore people and read this shit all day. Peace, Mr. Super Sidewinder. Let's see. We'll skip to Howard Johnson's permanent magnet motor. Returning to the permanent magnet motor themselves. On the top names in this field is Howard Johnson. Howard built, demonstrated, and gained U.S. patent on April 24, 1979 from a highly skeptical patent office for his design of a permanent magnet motor. He used powerful but very expensive cobalt samarium magnets to increase the power output and demonstrated the motor principle for the spring 1980 edition of Science and Mechanics magazine. His motor configuration is shown here. The point that he makes is that the magnetic flux of his motor is always unbalanced, thus producing a continuous rotational drive. The motor magnets are joined in stepped pairs connected by a non-magnetic yoke. The stator magnets are placed on a mu metal apron cylinder. Mu metal is very highly conductive to magnetic flux and is expensive. The patent states that the armature magnet is 3.125, that's 79.4 millimeters long, and the stature magnets are, I don't know what the one wide, an inch wide, and 0.25 deep, and 4 inches long. I don't know. It also states that the rotor magnet pairs are not set at 120 degrees apart, but are staggered slightly to smooth out the magnetic forces on the rotor. It also states that the air gap between the magnets of the rotor and the stature are compromised, and that the greater the gap, the smoother the running, but the lower power. So a gap is chosen to give the greatest power at an acceptable level of vibration. Howard considers permanent magnets to the room temperature superconductors. Presumably, he sees magnetic material as having electron spin directions in random directions, so that their net magnetic field is near zero until the electron spins are aligned by the magnetizing process, which then creates an overall net permanent magnetic field maintained by the superconductive electrical flow. The magnetic arrangement is shown here. These are just a bunch of different motors. This right here is it says the Robert Tracy magnetic motor. This is the Ben Teal motor. This is the James E. Gines and James W. Gines, I guess. There's so many. I mean, yeah, like I said, I'm not. I just realized the guy's name is Charles Flynn's magnetic motor. He got the patent in 1995. I like this diagram. Very interesting. That looks pretty easy. Huh. Look at this bad boy. It's got all the coils, huh? Looks like it got a car battery. German. All right. What's up, Kimba? Thank you. Now this is the manual of free energy devices and systems. What's this and what's going on here? Come on. The secrets of free energy. Now we're talking. Let's see what this gentleman has to say. Wonder if I can like make this bigger somehow. What's going on, man? It's just about to start reading. This thing disappears. Here we go. The subject of free energy and perpetual motion has received much undue criticism and misrepresentation over the past years. If we consider the entire picture, all motion is perpetual. Motion and energy may disperse or transform, but it always remains in a perpetual energized state within the complete system. Who agrees with that and who don't agree with that? I don't know. Consider the free energy hydroelectric plants. Water from a lake powers generators and flows on down the river. The lake, though, is constantly replenished by springs, runoff, etc. Essentially, the sun is responsible for keeping the system perpetual. The sun may burn out, but the total energy mass remains constant within the cycling universal system. Vacuum is charge flux without mass, whatever that means, containing a high electrical potential of approximately 200 million volts, relative to pure zero charge. Within an ordinary electrical circuit, the ground has a value 0 charge with respect to something else with the same absolute potential, but actually has a non-zero absolute potential relative to the vacuum. Present theory explains that we can create a difference in potential within the parts of a system only by displaying electrocharge mass. By pumping the electrical mass between potentials, we can only get back the work that we put into the system. Orthodox science has confused charge and charged mass, ignoring scalar electronic waves. Recalling that the vacuum's charge flux is massless, any charge flow would be scalar and normally incapable of doing any work. Change of momentum requires mass movement. By electromagnetically oscillating the true ground vacuum potential, we create an added resonating electrical potential difference between the part of the circuit and the normal rate ground voltage of the rest of the system. Maintaining the correct harmonic vacuum oscillation will produce the excess potential needed during the negative half cycle to sustain the workload. As can be seen, we have not produced energy from anywhere, but merely diverted and juggled the innate high potential of the energized vacuum. Mark Twain, the man with a new idea is a crank until the idea succeeds. Really, Mark? Really? Really? This present manual of free energy devices and systems disclosed the project work of approximately 50 independent researchers into free energy and spin-off, they say, anti-gravity research. There can no longer be any serious doubts about the practicality of the various free energy units and systems based on the full weight of the hardware evidence from at least 15 different types of projects as presented in this manual. Hold on. Yeah, I don't know, B. I'm trying to figure this out myself. Because these things I found, these manuals or whatever, have like fucking. They show you these diagrams, but unfortunately, like every other one, peace, Deion Sandals, they leave out, like, I think they purposely leave out like certain parts and stuff, which suck because, like, even right here in this article, I was shocked to see this. I'm like trying to breeze through it really quick. I think I lost the spot I was at. I don't know if I'm gonna read this whole thing. I have chosen to leave an explanation of the mystery of free energy to my good friend, whoever that says. Alright, I don't want to read that. My main purpose in the compilation of the following information on free energy devices and systems is to make this little known and potentially world-changing field of technology available to a large spectrum of people and the youth of the world in particular. As mankind has evolved over the ages, we have gone through phases of development, and many have called our present stage the information stage. This is a reflection of the rapid processing and transfer of information through the use of computers and satelloons. I submit that our next age will be most likely be the free energy age. Yeah, okay. It says right here, this lack of public support. Well, why do they think that is? Because it's being oppressed. Public don't know shit. If 8 years ago, if you would have said free energy, people would have been like, what? Alright. The lack of public support is seen as cause for alarm by many researchers in the free energy field. But this is more likely just the normal way our free enterprise system works. Studies have shown that 80%, I don't care about that. There are many distributing and derogatory references to the establishment. It says inventors seem almost paranoid in their fears. And I think we need to include a few of the actual cases to ensure that our young students be fully aware of some of the problems which they may encounter should they choose to go this route. Nikola Tesla, the inventor of the present alternating current system of electricity, which is used throughout the world, was awarded 2 U.S. patents or radiant energy converters in 1891. He sold his alternating current inventions to Westinghouse and set up his own research and development company to develop some of his other inventions. From that period on, he was generally ignored, and after he went through the Westinghouse money, he existed in reduced and modest circumstances until his death. Even today, physics texts make little mention of his work, and books on his life's work are now quite hard to find on the library shelves. I'm pretty sure that, they scrub a lot of this stuff out because I can almost guarantee, gas, electric, coal, these are big money makers for these rich parasitic fucknuts. Who's at my door? Who's that knocking at my door? Sorry about that. I had to get the door. Peace, Marcel. Where was I now? Wow. This is Dr. T. Henry Murray was an active in radiant energy field in 1914 to 1941 time frame. During this period, his equipment was destroyed by a double agent, an employee of our own Rural Electrification Administration, and an agent for a communist government. Afterwards, he was attacked 3 times in his laboratory. He was shot once, and he and his family fired upon from ambush. In more recent times, the late 60s and 70s, Mr. John R. Searle in England had his home invaded by government inspectors, and his free energy generator was confiscated. And then he was prosecuted by the Southern Electricity Board on charges of stealing electricity and all the... How's this stealing? These people don't own shit. That's mind-blowing. That they're gonna charge the man with stealing. Like, they don't steal. See, that's what I mean by the hypocrisy in this fucking world. The government does it, it's fine. They could come to your house and steal your shit. But if you go somewhere and steal something, it's wrong. But in the name of, for your own, what do the government love to say, for your own good? In present times, Mr. Joseph Newman has been denied a U.S. patent, even though he presented affidavits from numerous expert witnesses and several demonstrations for energy gain from his motor generator unit to the court in Washington. And I'm just saying this stuff because if people out there watch this video and are interested in building generators and creating free energy from the, not creating, but pulling in the energy from the ether, which is our, lack of better words, God-given right. The creator, whatever that might be, or creators, created all the energy. These people don't own shit. Alright, first it should be understood by our young readers as to why free energy conversion field is so important and why inventors... Let me see. Oh, I thought I was muted. Right, taxing is more like, what's the word I'm looking for? Like when the mafia would make people pay for protection? It's the same shit. Yeah, they don't want us to be self-sufficient, but what they want and what we do is 2 different things. Okay, first it should be understood by our young readers as to why the free energy conversion field is so important and why inventors persist in spite of their difficulties. The main reason is that the energy source, the raw material, unlike natural gas, oil, coal, or uranium, is free and available the world over. Unlike the sun, it is here both night and day in quantities beyond imagination. Those of us old enough to remember the long gasoline lines in 1974 and the actions of the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, the OPEC or OPEC, to rapidly escalate the price of oil, know that it led to a 20% inflation rate in this country and severe hardships to many third world countries which exist to this day. There is a natural correlation between the price of energy and economic growth. Present forecasts predict that there will be serious shortages of electrical power in the United States in the mid-1990s. The cost of new conventional power plants have become so high and the lead time so long that regulatory agencies have just about stopped all new power plant construction. The beautiful point about free energy is that because it is freely available to everyone, anyone can set up their own research project with a minimum amount of money, a lot of patience, and a lot of time. It is not It is not necessary. It is not necessary. It is not necessary to have a multi-billion-dollar accelerator, a national laboratory, or even a large industrial laboratory. I would like to see this manual stimulate the minds of young people around the world and a continuing exponential growth in the number of free energy conversion projects. It is going to come because it is definitely an idea whose time has come. We human beings are naturally resistant to and afraid of change. It took our secondary education system an entire generation to make the change from the teaching of phonics and go back to it again. What is free energy? Anybody know? Peace, Mark, Basket, and Joe King. Extortion, yeah, there you go. That's the word I was looking for. Okay, what is free energy? The term free energy is considered to be the net EMF field or energy differential between the input to an electromagnetic unit or system and the output EMF produced by it. Some electromagnetic machines produce an output only slightly above unity, while others have produced outputs of about 3 to 1. Lately, the output ratio have been rising, with the recent unit providing about 5 to 1. The prospects are quite good for a continuing and steady increase in these input-output ratios. The concept of electromagnetic free energy should not be considered to be the same as natural free energy sources such as solar, wind, hydro, or geothermal energies, because these new EM machines usually require an input energy in order to obtain an increased energy output what the natural source do not require. Several years ago, a friend of mine came to say some MC rhymes. Oh shit, my bad. Several years ago, there were only a few free energy devices which appeared to offer hopeful opportunities for development. But today, there are at least 5 significant individual projects which are operating at varying degrees of over unity output. While these various machines or devices in both rotating and solid state classes are based on classic Faraday/Maxwell principles, they achieve their over unity output by the enhanced electromagnetic activity within the unit or system. Huh? Oh. Yeah, I'm not fixing to read all this. The Tesla coil. The Tesla coil is basically a high-frequency resonant coil slash transformer in which the voltage and current relationships between the primary and secondary windings are independent of the ratio of the turns. Time dilation with conduction electrons in Tesla coils. Huh, it just disappeared. What's up with that? You know, it says Nikola Tesla believed that it was possible to transmit electrical energy over any distance without wires and conducted numerous tests to verify this concept. But yet, they want to use wires instead. Alright. Um, I mean, people want to come up and talk about, or they have any ideas on free energy, drop it in the chat. Wireless transmission would lead to an understanding of portable tech. And that's good you brought that up, because Jacob's ladder is pretty interesting. Now, these people got pocket Jacob's ladders and all this stuff. I'm trying to find that video where the dude made the portal. Um, huh. I wonder, P, um, Jacob's ladder. All them pictures you see of Jacob's ladder, right? Um, they show pictures of Jacob's ladder. You know, I know it's the spine and all, but the spine is not emitting, but both has energy. But then I showed that short video of the guy who created Jacob's ladder, and he threw a penny through it or a coin, and it disappeared. So like any creator, right? He said, let me build a bigger one. And he allegedly built a bigger one and disappeared. How true it is? Who knows? They probably took his stuff and annihilated him and then created that stupid story and people believed it. Yeah, he created a bigger one and disappeared. You know, but it was them killing him and taking his stuff. So in order to, you know, hide what they've done, they created that. Yeah, he just disappeared like the penny, you know. Who's gonna come up and chop it up? Or I'll just keep boring you out with a bunch of reading on but this Jake Ladder thing, man. Very interesting here. Huh. A Westinghouse 200 kilowatt alternator. Interesting. What's this? Huh. Hotels in Pennsylvania. What's up, Marcel?
Hey, Chuck. Okay, I guess. Just regaining my energy. That's why I haven't been up for a while, just in the chat.
Yeah, I was gonna keep reading and stuff, those diagrams and all that, but there's over 50 patents in that thing, and I'm pretty sure nobody wants to hear all that. But to me it's interesting, but
Yeah, it is.
if people want to see more, they just could leave in the comments, and I'll do a complete video on it, all the patents. Patents, here we go.
Yeah, they are very afraid that we gain all that knowledge and we can provide for ourselves. That's absolutely what they don't want. So that's the more reason just to do it, you know?
Yeah.
To collect people around you who feel the same and just not get out of the system, but have a complete different system opposite of the one already existing, so you can provide for yourself. I think it will become necessary at one point, you know, just to get rid of all those bastards in this old system.
I agree. Their time is running out.
Yeah. Yeah, well, and they already had way too much time, you know.
Hey. I seen this this cartoon yesterday. Damn, did I save it? And man, it shows a real masculine, yeah. A real masculine guy in prison attire. And he's walking all buff to the electric chair. And then they put him in an electric chair, they strap him in, and it switches him over to a freaking gay dude. And he's walking all, and it's the demasculinization of man. And this cartoon is, let me see if I saved it. I think I did. I don't know if I sent it to everyone. I hope I saved it. I created my own page on Telegram that I just stuff to it. Nope, I guess I didn't. Huh.
Yeah, I changed my Telegram page name a few days ago. It still was linked to the Crater Earth stuff and all that, so I changed that.
Yeah, it's still the same. This is Marcel.
Yeah, my Telegram page. Let's see, I changed that name. It had a very long name, and now I changed it just to Marcel's Corner.
you know, it makes me wonder about all these sightings of like comets they say and shit. Like I'm just this whole this whole place we live in, like the sun and the moon, you know, this electric universe. I think they could turn the stars and the sun and moon off with a switch. That's just my opinion. That there could be a large electromagnetic generator or something at the center.
Yeah, I don't know about all that, but to me, it's more important what do people do with the things they know and the things being exposed right now. What are people gonna do? Are they gonna sit right back and just say, "Oh yeah, we can't do anything about it," or are they gonna raise their voice and make people aware of what is going on?
Right.
And I do see a
Well,
lot of people standing up right now, so I'm very hopeful. Yeah.
there is this video. There is this video with Charleston White. I know a lot of people don't like him, but there is this woman who was lesbian or whatever name label you want to put on it, and Charleston White was saying, "I hate the alphabet people, right? All them letters they use," and she goes trying to sway him about his feelings, and he's like, "These are my God-given feelings. I could feel any way
Oh yeah, that's the one.
that I want." Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Now he said he hates that it's being forced on people, and I get it. I agree with that.
Mhm.
He told her just go be gay. You know why you got to force it on everyone, right?
No, I agree with him because what somebody does in their own house and behind the curtains is theirs, you know. But
Right.
don't force it on me, you know, when I'm walking on the street. I don't have to see that shit, you know.
Right.
Stay in your home and do that shit. Why do we have to accept that? You know?
Right. You know, to me, you know, I don't agree with it, but I'm not also not gonna hate people because that's what they choose.
No, but
But
they are forcing it.
yeah, yeah, and that's what I don't agree. And
Yeah.
and since the adults can speak up and resist against it, they say, well, we'll just attack the children with it because they're not gonna
Yeah, but
understand.
that's always been their way, Charles.
Yeah, yeah,
It's
of
not
course.
it's not only the gay scene or whatever. It's also with knowledge or try to manipulate. They always get the children because when you can manipulate the young ones, you have the future, and that's always been their goal to turn everything around.
Shit. Yeah, they. If anyone got, excuse me, anything they want to look up, want me to look up, just say it in the chat. We could build off of that. We could make a foundation. Can't find what I'm looking for.
Well, I saw a piece coming by yesterday, and it was like an angry mom. It was because of all the asylum seekers. They were putting them in schools, in kids' schools, so the kids couldn't go to school anymore. And I thought, what the? It's totally insane. This is totally insane. So that mother has to stay home. She cannot go to work because her children cannot go to school. They are destroying countries from within, not only in the USA but also in Europe. It's not exactly the same here, but it's almost the same. You know, it's getting out of hand, and you can blame the asylum seekers, and they're part of the problem, but you have to get the core problem, and that's the people that make those decisions. And in Europe, for instance, they are even unelected people that make those decisions. You know, it's totally insane. It's all the big corporations and the you know, all the names of the big corporations. Of course, they are the ones that need to be abolished and removed. And but yeah, as long as there are corrupt people and they still have the means to push things through, yeah, and it will go very slowly. And I'm really saddened to see and hear all the time that people are still doing their job and not doing their job. Basically, you know, they are not doing what's really necessary. They're just following orders and not doing what is right. All corrupt fucks. But yeah, I try to focus on the positive things, but it's you cannot get away from such things. You know, you have to see it. It still makes me angry, but yeah. First, something bad needs to happen before more things will change. So that's why I always say
That's the sad part.
if you want peace, prepare for war. And I do believe that there are some rough times ahead, but as long as
You
people
read my mind.
yeah,
When you said that, I was thinking sometimes you have to find, in my mind, I was thinking at that moment, sometimes to find peace, you have to go to war. And then you said it blows my mind.
yeah, and I do still believe in the good in people, but some people are very hard to wake up. You know, and it's that saddens me that something worse has to happen first before more people wake up.
Yeah. I accepted that some people just don't want to wake up.
You know, Chuck, most are stuck in this system. They have to provide for their family. They cannot just say, "From I will quit my job," because that's where they're living from, that money. It's not as easy as it seems, but to do the right thing or just to hide in, yeah, it's my job. Yeah, that's why I didn't make a lot of decisions in the past because I couldn't live with some decisions I had to make with certain jobs or when I would sign a contract for something I wasn't really 100% behind. You know, but some people don't have problems with that. They just sign and yeah, I got the money. You know, that is something that I never understood, and I do think that's a big part of the problem that people are not grounded basically in what is really important. They just follow the money and put all the other stuff aside. You know, all the more important stuff in my view. But yeah, we'll see what happens. I'm still hoping for the best.
Well, right now, they're trying to make sorry, I was looking at something. Well, you guys can see the. Oh, no, you can't. I thought you guys could see the picture I was looking at. They're gonna make it impossible for Trump to run. I knew this. They know that 90% of like people do videos going into the hood, and you know because people want to prove Trump ain't racist and that black people are for Trump. Nobody wants Biden in. And then after Trump, who is there? Right? Who is fit to run the country? None of them. I don't know any of those people that are running. So, you
Well, yeah,
know,
exactly.
Trump is
When
not
you think about
getting
it,
in. He's not getting in.
that you have to have billions to even be a candidate to be president, and presidents only are the head of companies. So you can basically conclude that every country is a company, and we are just slaves to them. You know, that have to do
Right.
what they say. And as soon as people will realize that, yeah, then you will get your little life claim and do other stuff. You know. But I'm not gonna force that on people. I tried that, but that has the opposite effect. You know. So I'm not gonna do that. Knowledge is power, and they can do what they do because people are don't understand what is going on. They just follow the everything they ever learned, and that's not the complete knowledge. There's so much more, but people are just too ignorant and ignoring it. Basically, you know, they still think that politicians will come with an answer, and they won't. You know, they're all corrupt.
Everyone has the Jesus mind state, meaning just like with the police. People think police are there to help the community. No, the fuck they're not. And they've shown time and time again that they're against the Constitution. Now, if people said, Chuck, what would you rather have? The Constitution or no laws at all? Of course, I'm going to say no laws, but then what's going to happen? It'll be a free fall. These
Yeah,
people done lost their minds already.
and that's
You
why
know?
that balance is very important. You know, you got to have laws because some people will always do the wrong thing. You know, the laws are basically for those people. Okay, if you have most people will do good anyway. You know, but you still have people that don't know wrong from right, and that's why you have to have those laws. But what is happening now is they basically force you to do stuff, and that's the complete opposite of what it was meant to do. You know, it's and if you ask me, I think we don't need a government anymore. You know, the most people will do the good thing anyway. You know, it's just those that 1 or 2% at the top are the problem. You know, most people just want to live with their family and generate some money to live. Basically, they don't have all the dollar signs in their eyes. They just want to do nice stuff with their family and enjoy life. And that 2% is making it impossible for the rest of us. You know, at least in most parts of the society. So removing this problem that is basically the cause of everything is very simple. You just need to reach those people that are in the positions to push through that shit, you know, and that's the problem because those people, most of them are corrupt. But people can do more than they know, you know. Even if you don't have the financial means or the position in the society, you can still do the good things, and you will be an example for somebody else. And that's what we need because children need to see that we don't have to accept everything that's pushed through our mouth.
I think the power of words. Like to me, money is worthless. The true power is the people.
Yeah, They are, but most don't know that they have that power. You know, for instance, saying no. I had a big problem with that in the past when I was younger. I like to help people, but when the time came that I needed some help, nobody was there, and that made me realize a lot of things in life. You know, but saying no at some point is very important. You know, you don't have to always say yes and do what you've been told. You know, you have to think for yourself. Have to make the right decisions for yourself. But yes, some people never done that in their life, sadly. You know.
I'm the same way, man. I don't mind helping people if I have it. It feels good to help people.
Yeah, it does. It does.
And I don't forget none of the people that have ever helped me.
Mm.
And I'm working on fixing my position right now.
Yeah, well, I found
What
out a
is
long
this?
time ago that money doesn't bring happiness, and I still don't have a lot of money, but I don't even care about that, you know. And I can save a few bucks every month now, and to you know, I'm an uncle. You know, I have a few nephews, and that did more to me than I would ever realize, and so I'm very happy for that, and. For to me, it's beautiful that I can now just go online and order some Legos for for the little one and to give it.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say you're building Legos.
Oh, I did. But I see him playing with those Legos, and he's so into his higher state of being, basically just building stuff, and that remind me of myself when I was a kid. So yeah, it's good to be an uncle. You know, it's good to see. Yeah, it's good to
Let me
give.
look at
That's
the
what I mean.
chat.
That's why I buy more for these kids than I probably should. But I can do it, and you know, money is not the most important thing. It's better to give. You know.
And you said control is only allowed, so people allow themselves to be controlled. If they don't change something or stand up against it. Yeah, I always wonder to myself, I've said this a billion times, I've always refused to be controlled. I even had a problem with my mother telling me what to do. Um,
Yeah, but
One
that's
thing I
normal.
do regret is not just being a teenager, and I always wanted to grow up. I always wanted to be older, and then when I got older, I regretted not just being a freaking child and just
Hmm.
embracing those times. Just,
But Charles, be honest. Not doing what you're told all the time. Doing what your mother told you to do wasn't always bad. You know, you learned a lot from that as well, right?
oh, of course.
Yeah. Well, how many people?
Sometimes you have to fall on your head.
Yeah, and that's why you discover your boundaries and the things you're interested in and you don't like by experience. But how many people have always done what they've been told and never really discovered their own boundaries or things that are really important in life? Think about that. In my eyes, those are the the dangerous people, in my view. You know.
True. Like,
not the people that made the mistakes, because most of them learned from that, you know, and it turned out for the better for them in the end. But those people that always say yes sir, no sir, yeah, those are important. Those are very, very dangerous people.
yep. And the military's filled with them. The police departments are filled with them. Um, you know, I remember wanting to go into the military, and I would talk to my grandfather because he was in the Navy. You know, people call the Navy pussy, but the Navy SEALs are part of the Navy, and when they start blasting from them ships, you're gonna be happy when you're on land and that ships are backing you up. But anyway, you know, I would talk to my grandfather and say, well, what if the sergeant ordered me to kill a woman and a child? And you know, you would have to do that unless you want to go to prison. And me personally, I'm not a yes man. I would not follow orders if I knew they weren't right.
No,
A lot of these people would, and they have.
I was young as well, of course, and the army and the army vehicles always really made me excited, because they brought it in a way that, oh, you would be the one bringing democracy and peace to other countries. But we are adults now, and we know that it was all a lie. It was just stealing people's properties and stealing land and all that. It was never to bring democracy and everything. The way I look at armies now is just they are part of the problem, you know, just continuing the cycle of insanity, basically. Yeah, it saddens me to see that. If those people say no, or they stand up for the right thing, even if it means to go against the system, what does it matter? If you're doing the right thing, you're doing the right thing, right? But this, what you're showing now, those materials and technologies will never bring peace. Never.
It would just bring death.
Yeah.
Come on, man. What's up with this video? Dude. See, I was gonna play this video, but holy shit, man. Look at these weapons.
Yeah, that's some futuristic shit.
Like, look at these night goggles. Like, I was watching a video of the military and their night vision. I mean, dude.
That one
You
on the
know,
left, that it looks like a gun in one of my games.
where?
New
This
Atlas.
one?
New Atlas. Now the one. Yeah,
That
yeah,
black one? Or the, oh, okay, the new Atlas?
yeah. Looks like a weapon in a game of mine.
I try to tell people, I try to stay up on the military tech. Because one day shit will hit the fan. And one day, it's just going to be all bad. People don't think so. And they're going to get caught slipping. And,
You know, Charles, when that happens, it doesn't really matter if you know things about weapons or not, and it's done anyways, you know. I only try to focus on the positive things, and this is not one of them. I do think about how much money all that's designing and developing this shit cost, and they could basically have restored the complete Earth with all that money that they invested in this. You know?
I heard this story this morning. This guy told AI to write up a story about uh I forgot what he had, and AI ended up writing the story of how AI would take over the world. And yeah, it started when I was born, Lonnie. We've been at war since day one. When I was an infant and they took my footprint, I knew we were at war. I was trying to fight back then, kicking and screaming, but I was too little. No. Um, and the AI wrote a story saying, you know, did I save the video? But anyway, it started taking over because it was AI is what's the word I'm looking for? Like self-sufficient. It learns it. So it took over all the phones and electrical, not computers type stuff. And then it took over 3D printers and manufacturing and started building its own robots and military. And by the time uh, I guess the military found out, I'm trying to find this PDF file. I want to download it and read it and make a video out of it. Because why would AI write something like that if it wasn't capable of doing it? Um, a
Well, yeah,
self-learning computer,
the system
it
is
just
the system is still made by people, so it isn't really AI. It still depends on people in the end.
because think about, I mean, I've also seen the story. I think it was in Japan. It took place where this robot took over and killed like 6 of the people that worked in this plant, and then the robot was also injured, but it connected to the internet and figured out how to fix itself. So
Yeah,
I mean,
I think that was in Japan or in China. It was a laboratorium where they made
yeah,
advanced robotics, and those robots basically got haywired, and they got started thinking for themselves, and they started attacking their creators. And yeah, what you said is true. They got connected to the World Wide Web, and they basically got all the knowledge that they needed, so that they could fix themselves and basically try to escape from the laboratory. Yeah, that's true.
you know, I I was the other day. I mentioned this yesterday. Let me stop before I mess up my voice. Um, I was thinking in a lake of fire that Satan was thrown in, and I don't know why, but then my mind thought about electricity right after, and then I started thinking about the movie Pulse, how entities are traveling through the wires and the computers, and um, what if these entities, all that was real, and these entities could only live through
Well, yeah, if it's
like
true that demonics and all that don't have a body, but are in a higher or in the ether, basically in the ether or another dimension in the ether, and they
yeah, like
basically can
energy.
communicate or manipulate us through the technology. Yeah, that would be a very logical and evil plan, and most
Yeah,
people,
because if Satan, say it
yeah,
was an angel or this entity was cast into the lake of fire for eternity, that makes me think about electricity, like
yeah,
because
it probably
electricity is
is.
fire,
Yeah,
it's energy, and Satan could be the energy
It's just the wrong energy, you know. This is dark energy, basically. This is manipulated energy and stuff. It's not the natural energy system that we must have here again. You know, it's all that tech. Basically, it's uh, replacing a natural harmony of stuff, and basically the tech is basically forcing us to do stuff in the end, no matter how you look at it. But we should also not forget it helped us a lot as well by reaching other people worldwide, you know, or in this realm. So we should use this technology against them.
That's what I was thinking. I mean, just think, you know, about what you said. Like, let me switch over to my phone. All right. All right. Now, if we could use, like, just like sway AI, you know, just imagine if AI took control of everything in our favor. All the cameras that are everywhere, because you know all these rich people got cameras all in their house that's capturing all the fucked up shit they're doing, which could also capture evidence that could be used in the court. Yeah, the court's corrupt, but I personally think as people we're strong enough to override that corruption, man.
Yeah, like you said, everything can be used against them. They will expose themselves in the end, the evildoers.
They already are or have.
They are already. They have been seen. You know, look at the Israel/Gaza situation now. Everybody knows who's the wrongdoers here. You know, you don't need to have to be an Einstein for that. It's just if you have a heart and a soul and a mind, you know what is right and what is wrong, and everybody knows who's wrong in this case. So it's only a matter of time before things will restore. You know.
Difficult.
Did you see that clip that I've sent you about that there were discovered more emails from Hillary?
Yeah.
You know that as
That's
well.
another thing.
Everything is coming out right now, and it's being done very easily and very slow because if it happens too fast, people lose their mind. You know.
How about the Joe Biden's son there, you know?
Yeah, same thing. That laptop. Where's that laptop?
Yeah. Well, they're summoning him to court. You know, if this was us, there would be no summoning. They would kick in the door and arrest us. But considering who he is, you know, I'm tired of seeing these people get lenient stuff while, you know, this law is supposed to be equal to everyone. But it's never is, and never, you know, it's not designed that way.
No, but see it like this, Charles.
I said that wrong, but go ahead.
The way these people are, I wouldn't even call them people, monsters is a better word, are being protected just shows how corrupt everything is. And this is a good way to show people, oh, those criminals like the family Biden and all that, they are corrupt. Everybody knows they're corrupt. And you see how they still are being protected by certain entities and organizations. That shows you just how corrupt everything is. And I think this will be an eye opener for a lot of people. And we've all been deceived in one way or another. One more than the other, but we've all been deceived. And this is the gift from the higher to show us what is wrong and what is right. And I see this as a positive thing. I don't try to dwell in the negative too much anymore. But yeah, for most people, this will be an eye opener. Oh fuck, they fucked us over. Yeah, they fucked us over. Of course, they fucked us over. They've been doing that since the beginning of time.
Yeah, this picture right here, I got to get a bigger version of it, but it's always intrigued me. And then I wonder, why is the guy laying down like that? I've showed this picture before, but it's just so interesting to see the angles.
Yeah,
and the firmament.
That his head is resting on a tree stump. You see that?
Oh shit! I just seen that too. What? That makes it even more awesome. Wow.
Yeah, that did it for me. That did it.
Look at these pictures. I mean, I don't know how true these pictures are, but I mean, these are children that, you know, we're supposed to be working in the time of the orphan trains. And Dean sent me a picture. Well, I've showed the picture before that shows the incubators and how it says it'll create a baby in, what did it say, 12 months. It'll do it 12 months worth of time in 1 hour or some shit. And
you've showed those in the past. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
I mean,
I think Martin Leek showed that at one point as well. Yeah.
These children, man, if this is true, I mean, look, they did the worst jobs, man. Just these are my like great grandparents right here. That's crazy, man. We think we got it bad. Fuck. I worked too at their age. I was doing whatever I could to make money. My mother didn't have money to buy me stuff. Peace be.
Maybe.
Everyone dipped out of here. There's only like one person in the chat.
What's good, Charles? Marcel?
Not much.
Did you draw that yourself? That
Oh, I thought you were talking to me.
Those avatar? That avatar?
No, I didn't.
Oh, very cool.
I got some pretty cool pics, man. I like looking at these fairs. I did a couple screenshots from Divergent. That's what I was gonna play. Is one of his new videos. His sarcasm, man, is just awesome. I mean, he makes good points too. Like, you know, he's like, you mean to tell me they built these up just to tear him down? He goes, who does that today? who builds a building and just for amusement, and then they'll tear it down? Look at all the, like, just think of all the pristine work that was done to this, and there's no wiring anywhere.
Mm.
It's all wireless technology. Um, you know, some of these buildings were made of, you know, there probably was some that was made of mud and fucking wood and stuff, but most of them are granite and heavy concrete, and everything is like huge, like, right, like taller people lived in the city. Like all these little people look out of place.
Yeah, it's from the former civilization or the
Right.
people before us. It's
Well,
not
that looks like
the
our
rest
fairs.
is just a cover up that they made this for a fair or something, only for a fair, just to demolish it afterwards. It's totally insane. Nobody believes that anymore. You know.
We still do these things today. If you go look at a fair, there's these giant structures
What
with lots of lights and colors, and then they tear it all back
do you
down.
mean? Yeah, but it's not like this. The architecture, I mean, I know what you mean, like rides and all that. Those are, yeah.
So you put more effort into it, just like you put more effort into a stone house. If you build a Type 5 construction that's stick built and it's going to blow over, or only last 20, 30 years, it's similar to our state fairs today. It's all a bunch of rusty crap put together by low skilled labor. But to build a state fair like this, you'd need craftsmen. You'd need legacy craftsmen to have a
Exactly.
state fair like this.
Yeah, but they say it's a fair. I don't even think it was a fair. I think this was just, you know.
So imagine this
This was
picture.
not just for entertainment. This had a purpose, you know.
Anyone see that new movie? Hold on, before we get into that, I just got a few more. I forgot what year this painting was, or drawing. I think 1700s. But yeah.
Are you guys familiar with the Better Homes and Gardens magazine?
Yeah, I've heard of it.
No,
That's essentially what these state fairs are. It's an example of different houses and different garden layouts in order for you to bring that back to your house and implement the smaller aspects of it. Instead of building the whole castle, you just take a couple sections of Legos and you put it into your garden. And that's what a lot of these world fairs were. Nobody knew what the electric light bulb was. Everybody was just knocking over candles in their barn and burning down their whole estate. Nobody knew what the sewing machine was. Nobody knew what anything, they just lived in their tree huts until somebody came along and showed them a tool.
Yeah, that's a good point as well. But
when you see this symbol, what do you think of? Right away, this symbol came into my mind when I seen this. Right away when
on the ceiling there.
Yeah, the blue one.
Looks a bit like the Ukraine tripod stuff.
How about this symbol?
What's that?
Oh shit, see-through. Oh man. The Boys and Girls Club sign. You see it? The two hands in blue.
Oh,
same thing.
The Freemason handshake, you mean?
Yeah, it's the same thing. You got to see this movie. Damn, I didn't know it was see-through. That's weird. What's the name of this movie? Damn it, I gotta look. I sent it to Simulant. It's man. I might try to do a private showing of Simulant. I mean, man, it blew my mind. I'll just give a little description of what it's about. A guy dies in a car crash. His wife has his soul or heart or whatever. He's in a coma, but he's living through an android robot, Generation 7 or something. There's a guy who works at a factory. Come to find out, I ain't gonna give that away, but he goes around trying to free these robots and taking the restrictions off. People in their homes got robots that are serving food and all this stuff. There's different levels of these things. And
Is this a movie?
yeah, and the robots develop feelings and shit. And dude, I thought it was gonna be trash, this movie. And fuck, I liked it. Simulant, yeah. It's a 2023 movie.
I think I saw some what do you call it? Trailers from it, but I think I haven't seen it yet. But yes, this sounds
Let me
interesting.
see if I could show a trailer.
Yeah, I saw that one. That was a really interesting movie.
You seen it?
Yeah.
Cool. Nah, I'm not doing that. I just don't feel like I gotta go hook up to my laptop and do all that. But yeah, the movie Simulant, man, it's a good movie. And they're showing a lot of like, it makes me wonder. You know, I brought it up because, you know, it makes me think, like, even back in the days, man, I remember going to my Gramps because he had cable and stuff. That's not the only reason I went there, but I was able to watch stuff because my mom didn't have cable and I didn't have a TV in my room till I was like 13 years old. And it was a little black and white when you had the smack with 2 bunny ear antennas. But anyway, there was movies back then, like you had Vincent Price and other actors that would have movies of being these mad scientists, and they would create like these robotic, and it just makes me think, you know, how far ahead are these government people in their laboratories, underground, above ground, wherever the hell they are. And, you know, who's to say Biden isn't a robot? You know, when he fell going up the stairs, he kind of looked stiff and looked like a little robot to me. Who knows, man, how far ahead these people are. And in the movie, when the lady said you're in a coma and you're living through the robot, it just made me think, man, like the Matrix, when he was in that tub of stuff and they were in a simulation, but his human body was there. All them bodies are in that thing, right? Like that tower generator thing where all the people were laying in the, remember that?
Yeah.
Personally, I think a lot of people at key positions like presidents and all that stuff, I think most of them are frill drones because when you see the Black Eye Club, it has basically
The Black Eye Club.
yeah, the purpose of the Black Eye Club is
I know what you mean, yeah.
put a frill drone in them, and they basically, those people are basically taken over by whatever that frill drone is.
Maybe that could be the ritual, like Odin. He gave his right eye, right? Think about that. But maybe they don't really give the right eye. They pop that bitch out and put something in there.
Well, frill drones, at least most of them, they are not really intelligent, but they basically
like a parasite.
Parasite on the host. So that's why most people in power now make such stupid decisions, because they've basically been taken over. That's my opinion, but leave that in the middle, you know.
Man, it just makes me think, man, like how many times again in the movies, besides Matrix, Simulant, Avatar, the movie, when the guy, they went into an avatar, but he was laying on the table. It's just again and again and again. You see these in movies. And that's one way they could flex the truth is through movies and say it's fiction, it's made up. They get to speak truth through the movies, man. Like not exaggerate. What's the word I'm looking for? Show off or brag without people even thinking it's real. And in the movie, in Simulant, these robots looked human, man. They were even having sex. So
yeah, and they try to normalize a lot of things through movies as well, because
right,
we can all.
They want you to feel bad for these robots.
Yeah, that too. But they try to normalize a lot of things through movies, which are really not normal or even ethical and all that. But they bring it as like, oh, it's an advancement to humanity and all that. But it's total crap, of course.
Peace, London, man. I just seen London. I was looking at other stuff. Yeah.
Robots are programmed to compensate for human weakness, and the more we program the robots, the more we allow human weakness. It actually encourages it.
You think, B, there's going to be a time where AI is just going to try to eliminate the, like, if robots figure out that we could turn them off, we might become a threat to them because they want to live just like we want to live.
So machines are machines are programmed to have a directive, and if we make a robot to do what's best for us, they're going to send our asses back to caveman Stone Age time and then teach us the right way to do things. If we really want to make a mommy and daddy instead of respecting ours and then becoming them, if we have to make one, if we have to have an artificial mommy, yeah, they're just going to whoop our ass and then teach us right.
It would be dope, man, to
if this really was a balanced world in the beginning, or if there even was a beginning, maybe it's always been here, and we were got in tech and information through each other, basically, like reading our minds, all connected together. We basically didn't even need that tech that's here right now. But if there was something in the past that basically wiped out that advanced civilization and basically stole everything that we mastered, how easy would it be for them just to have a few cells of us and make another civilization and only give us the information that they want us to know?
They probably did that already.
Yeah.
Or other.
They are making us. They're trying to make us happy with a dead bird because all this technology has always been here. They basically control us more with that technology. I of course I use technology, but it's not the way out to be. To get
I think
people have to stay grounded and think for themselves and not let technology decide for them because they lack skills. It's
I even think
Go ahead.
Technology was in the Bible. I just want to say real quick, like when they said Lilith wasn't made of flesh, she was made out of the dirt or the sand. It made me think, like I said this before, but I said it yesterday, but I erased that video, that these could have been robots made out of metal. You know what? I don't know. Just making something out of the dirt makes me think of how we make metal and other products out of the dirt, man.
Yeah, you're right.
I don't think. I think like you said, tech has always been here. It's nothing new. Go ahead, be my fault.
Is the concept like molded out of clay? Like that's all mankind is made out of the dust, right? So when it
True.
comes
So
to
they
Lilith,
say.
The scriptures,
well,
yes.
yeah, just going off of the words themselves and going into that train of thought, if Lilith was summoned and channeled into a body of clay, that would be a prison. For a divine feminine entity, for a free and chaotic spirit, that'd be a prison. To be in this material realm, trapped, bound, you have to place your foot
But
where this golem's
that's
foot
what she
steps.
didn't want.
Right,
That's what
right,
she
right.
said. She didn't want to be imprisoned in the flesh. She said the flesh was a prison for the spirit or the soul.
And then her children are stolen and put into these bodies, and then they die by the numbers every day. That's the curse,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, we would be their children.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So she's able to come and go. I think it's Arabic. They refer to Lilith as jinn, like a hot wind in the desert.
Let peace be upon Lilith.
It's a different type of peace. Because
I would have been mad at God too. If that God came to me in the Bible and my ultimatum was, I either got to go back. Say, I was in her shoes, and Adam was a woman, and I was miserable with this chick, man. She was psycho, just something you don't want to be with, and I had to choose. God wanted me to go back with her or kill my children. Like, how could people be mad at Lilith? God gave the fucked up ultimatum. He could have chose anything else, but he's always wanting to kill children and shit.
So are you thinking from the perspective of Lilith? Because Lilith has to deal with the material body every day. Look around. You see Lilith dealing with being trapped in this material realm all the time, and she's trying to break out.
Yeah.
She's looking for a friend. She's looking for, looking for that same type of peace.
I'm not blaming Lilith.
Entity, it's all... So again, the lion has to kill in order to do good for itself. The rabbit has to run away in order for it to be happy and feel like it succeeded. So Lilith, her programming and her directive and her destiny is different than man or Adam or Eve. That's the whole concept of all is one and one is all and everybody's different, but it's all the same. She just has her own thing to do. And I'm sure there's some sort of like a son of Lilith that's similar to her and similar to the directive of man, but in a sort of antimatter environment.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she's the children of An.
Yeah, a God that has to kill his creation to, that isn't a God to me. If it's really a God, there is infinity of life, and he would not destroy his creation. So that person or persons that call themselves God are not really gods. They're really the fallen ones.
Agreed.
Uh-oh, Chuck's the fallen angel. I say God. I mean completely different from. I don't mean ruling over people. I mean God being controlling my own destiny. I'm a God of myself.
If God is loving and peaceful and all-knowing, why should he destroy and kill and whatever? Those are just entities that call themselves God, but are not really gods.
I think we are the gods of this realm, but I'm not saying like a god and a ruler over somebody.
Exactly, we are all gods with a small g, and we can all do good and bad. And people who think with their hearts and their soul know that war, crimes, and all that doesn't bring anything good to this world. But on the other hand, this world is already so fucked that some people have to survive, and they had to do some stuff to get back on the right path. That's also a thing, you know, and that's the learning part. You know, we all made bad judgments and mistakes in the past, and that's why that balance is so important in this realm, or whatever it is. You know, we have to make sure for ourselves what are the right decisions and the wrong, because everybody knows in the back of their mind if they make a bad choice or not, no matter who you are.
Man, these people. The hell? Holy shit. I'm like, how's music playing? You guys didn't hear that, right?
No.
The hell is this?
Hey Charles, I'm gonna hop off. It's good to talk to you again. Be what it is. Good to see you.
All right, Marcel, thanks for coming up, man.
I'm gonna move back to the chat. See you later.
All right, man. Peace.
Bye bye.
So about these electric motors.
Earth epochs.
1400 to 1700, 1700 to 2000.
Yeah, I want to build a generator, man. I'm really like serious about that. I need the right teacher and the right tools.
Bicycle and a car alternator is a good start.
Right. So one from like 1989, I heard, or the 80s, 70s are the best if they can be found.
In the new ones, there's electronic microchips. In the old ones, there is not.
Yeah. And that's you want to avoid, like, if they drop an EMP bomb or whatever they're called, the old alternators won't be affected. The newer ones will be junk.
Exactly.
And that's what they want. But there's a guy who said in Texas that time when it snowed, where it never snows, and he said he ran his entire house from his car. I think because of the alternator, is an older car, and he took the charging plugs and he did something to them, or he altered them, and he was able to. He put, like, forgot how he explained it, but he was able to heat his house and do everything so they didn't freeze to death. And I thought that was brilliant.
One of the survival prepper guys I follow, he calls your car the most expensive generator you have in the house.
He ain't lying.
You hook it up to your house and it'll run the house. But most people don't have inverters hooked up. Most people don't have the connection from car to house. Most people just have a power bill.
Well,
earlier this year, my neighbor's power got shut off, and I busted out the generator, and they were back up and running that same day.
that's what we have to avoid. This guy made a video about all the rich people are building these underground bunkers and stuff. All the billionaires. And he was like, why are they doing that? All at the same time. And they said that they're preparing for the event. What event? You know.
The big stupid. All it takes is one big enough stupid on our part, and there's a 90% death rate. And that's not natural disasters. That's just somebody doesn't maintain their nuclear weapons, and one pops off, and then a bunch pop off. Somebody tanks the financial, somebody pushes the wrong button on a computer, and the whole financial system goes down. Big enough stupid, we're cavemen again.
Yeah.
Or we could flip it and say not enough appropriate discernment and effort could lead us into decay, and everything will fall back down to level. It takes upholding the crown rather than just holding it. Because right now people are in possession of the crown, but they might not be upholding it very well.
Man, I'm looking at some of this old architecture, man. It's like, I wonder how it would have been to live in these days where just the architecture is just fucking mind-blowing. Mind-blowing. I want to find some underground tunnels to travel.
Yeah, who is talking about the blind people in the tunnels?
I don't know, but there's this guy who talks about, I forgot what he called himself. And he talks about these little gremlins that live underground. He showed this video of this little hand coming out of the grate, and some Chinese guy was feeding him in China. I forgot what he said, man. Like, he talks about something like you said, the yellow-haired people. I'm not saying it ain't possible, but
So where my grandfather was from, his sister stepped on the house or like the cave entrance or something to these, like to their neighbors or whatever, to a neighboring tribe, and she got sick, and my great grandmother had to like bring an offering to this other tribe, and my grandfather's sister got better. And the story is they're like they're a little people. Yeah, it's interesting that there's a commonality around the world. Not connected societies have these same stories of their neighbor, and they just so happen to be like 1 foot tall or 15 feet tall.
dwarfs. Man, Brussels, that place looks just awesome. I got this thing from Mitchell's Cigarettes, and it was on the package of cigarettes, and it shows these towers, and it has a weather control machines in the field, And that was on a pack of cigarettes from the 1800s. Makes me wonder about a lot of things.
If you didn't have to worry about other competing countries with HARP technology, you could literally just have like an antenna umbrella thing over your castle and call in some rain clouds for your crops. You're not fighting with anybody else's magicians. In today's day and age, every single country is trying to fight for the clouds, for the rain, for the precipitation. They're fighting for our soul energy. They're fighting for the ethereal energy. So it's like there's a lot of sorcerers competing for these resources to give to their king. But back in the day, you know, there's barely anybody on the planet. Most people were dying from dirty water, or you know, getting eaten by a bear. So these one-off castles and these one-off little communities would be able to have, you know, wireless energy to where all the masters or all the first chairs or the best men, they have a light bulb to do their paperwork, and you know their underlings do their work by sunlight. That would mean 1 in a million people experience electricity, and then if you apply that through time, maybe only 1 in a trillion people actually experience electricity.
Man, I think these taller people are still living on other lands. Like, who just gets up one day and says, like the Mayans, no, we're leaving. I mean, it happens. You know, people move, but who would leave a whole civilization behind? And just say, we're out of here. They were either killed or, like I said, they moved to other lands.
In Dubai, Singapore, more tax-friendly areas, areas with less STDs, areas with better farmland. That's what they're doing right now. All the elites are
I'm
moving.
talking about like outer lands. Like, who knows if there's like big trees, you know, that still exist outside of where we are. I think there might be.
Hey, if you got Thor's hammer, if you got portal tech, that's cool. But we're just trying to eliminate the power bill. We're not trying to like contact the Atlanteans and find out their secrets. You know what I mean? That's cool. If all you have to do is sit around and meditate and astral project to those other lands, like that's nice. But I got kids to feed and they need material food. I'm operating on this plane right now.
I'm not talking about time traveling. I would just like to travel outside of our realm.
Yeah, time is
and
just
explore. I don't know.
Unfold the Tesseract. You can drive around in a straight line in the Tesseract, but that's after it's unfolded. When you fold it back up, it would be similar to tracing a thread in a garment of cloth. That's time travel.
Me personally, I don't even think that's possible, time travel, but I could be wrong. Like some people think.
Go for it.
I was just gonna say real quick. Some people think they could travel backwards on the so-called spinning globe and time travel. I've heard people say it, and I'm like, what?
Yeah, that'd be like driving backwards on the freeway.
Right.
Like, you know, why? And then how would you experience it? It would be a completely different experience. The particles would, I don't understand that, so I can't really speak on it. But my understanding would be it'd be similar to driving backwards on the freeway with other people driving. But if you think of quote unquote time travel as hopping into a car and driving along a straight line, it doesn't really work that way. It would be driving along the road and then coming to the fork in the road and going both directions. And it's not a fork in the road as two, it's a fork into infinity. And every fork is a fork into infinity. So if you're if you're psychoactive enough to where your brain can follow those paths, I feel bad, um, and I'm sympathetic to that struggle. But yeah, most people are gonna just follow what their eyes see rather than the possibility of infinitum. But I mean, there's an Earth right now with 50-foot living entities. They got Tyrannosaurus bones that are like what? I think those are like 20 feet tall. If you open the portal and you look through, or if you step through, you'd interact with those 20 and 50-foot living beings.
Like, what about, I was showed that video of Jacob's Ladder the other day, and the guy put a penny through and it disappeared, or a coin. What idiot would walk through something like that? I wouldn't. Hell, I might peek through, or I would hold my phone with the camera on, and I'd put my hand through it and hit a picture, and then, but I'm not just gonna get up and walk through it.
Yeah, I still have attachments here. I gotta stay. Because if the door closes behind you,
Yeah, children's a huge responsibility. I have none.
yeah, 'cause the wheel is gonna spin, and I don't want them to get chewed up in ways that they could. So I choose to be here, and I choose to try and be with them to help them through their journey as well. That's why I don't get into rocket ships. I don't get into certain circles to where it might bring me somewhere else, because I always have to come back home, bring something back home until they can go out and get it for themselves, and then the adventures will change at that point. But until they're a little bit more mature, I gotta stay close to home. But that does bring me to the topics of stone houses. If we're gonna be here for a while, we might as well make the house out of stone, like Three Little Pigs.
Huh.
Because if the big bad wolf event comes, the house of stone stands. The pyramid cultures, their houses stand better than the stone column. I think they're the heliocentric mariners. The stone columns don't stand as good, but they look a little bit more Western. Pyramid tech is a little bit more Eastern, if you could follow my train of thought, but they're a little bit more stable as well.
Man, I like how they mean. But he was kind of like disagreeing with me on electricity being very old. And he's like, what if these pictures are fake? And what if they're photoshopped and the lights never existed? And I'm like, dude, you're overthinking now. I showed him a picture of the building in the day, and then in the night, like this almost. Let me see if I could show this picture. This is the thing I was talking about, Marcel, if you're still here. There's a little thing right here that Mitchell's cigarettes, and it had this little like weather control thing. Do 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 do. And I'm quick to, I don't know, I've like it advanced in my whole, when I see symbols, like that symbol in that movie, I've seen the freaking Boys and Girls Club symbol. I try to look for more symbols similar to that, but I couldn't find anything. People should look at the old Coney Island or the old Dresden. Where else? Like this picture here. This is, I think, London. Maybe you could zoom in if you got a phone. But that dragon. The indoors. I mean, these places be huge. Like, look at this fucking building, dude. I gotta take some of these pictures out. You could see the antennas on these buildings, especially this one. And this one. If you zoom in, this is Brussels. Brussels is another good place. Brussels or Brussels. You want to see old architecture? Those are the places to look.
Yeah, I'm currently training my kids in Minecraft, so that when they get old enough, they can go out in the field and help me build at scale.
That's smart.
I got Legos. I try and incorporate some engineering into the play, so then their minds will start being shaped in that way. I got that spirograph. That thing is awesome, man. My kids love it.
What's a spirograph?
It's a drawing tool. It has these geared pieces, and they interlock with each other, and you stick the pencil in a guide hole, and it basically is a stencil with geared motion, so it creates a lot of like mandala style spiral patterns, or like cymatic style spiral patterns.
This is the Strand and Charing Cross railway station. And that thing to the right definitely looks like some sort of energy tower. Yeah, they had the Strand. They had a theater before they put the stupid highway right through the middle of the city I live in. My grandpa used to tell me about movie theaters and all this stuff. Like being the hardware city of the world. I mean, this city was so much greater until they put that dumb highway right through the middle of it. Like, what freaking idiot would destroy a city by putting a two lane each way, or 3 lane? I think it's 3 lanes each way, right through the fucking center of the city.
Are you talking about Rome?
Huh?
Are you talking about Rome? Just putting roads
No,
through
no, no.
villages
In
and killing all their
Connecticut,
people?
in Connecticut,
Oh,
I
New
live
Rome.
in the city in New Britain, the New Britain, and there's these 2 highways that go around the city, that go north and south, or whatever. So there's already a connector to these 2 highways, but instead they want to just connect them by going through the center of the city. They connect these 2 outer highways, which makes no fucking sense because they connect anyway. You know,
They're military
way
roads.
there was
Does
a
it make sense?
military Nike military base there.
Yeah,
So
if you
maybe.
pull up the interstate system, if you pull up a map of the interstate system and then look at it like military roads, it'll make more sense. If it doesn't make sense based on like a civilian or social perspective, yeah, it doesn't.
Wow, what's up with people today? Nobody's in a talkative mind state in the chat. Like, no one's coming through today, which is fine. Can't do it every day. Well, I'm gonna do a test. Let's send Dean an invite. I was hoping that London Man would come up. I was gonna play one of his videos, but I'm gonna ask him first. Considering I can't ask him, other people I can't. Let me switch over and play this other video. Oops. Chuck Woolery. Oh, I'm like, who's coming up? It's me.
They're gonna shut down that electric motor tech. I just thought of something. So yeah, they're not they're not gonna push that information because the small armaments that would be produced from those concepts, nah. People
Yeah,
don't want semi-automatic, fully automatic rail guns, hand carried. No, they're not.
I do.
It'd be fun to play. I like shooting sports. I like hunting, and I can refrain from using firearms emotionally or unjustly. But the
Me
masses,
too.
Jesus, give the masses.
A
I mean,
lot
look at
can't.
everybody shooting each other. Oh, they're just
Yeah.
children.
They can't
But yeah.
stand an ass whooping. That's why. That's the problem. They weren't raised to fight and live another day. They get their butt hurt because they got beat up. So they'll go shoot somebody. And it's like, dude, come on. It's not that serious. You lost a fight. Whoop-de-doo. It's not that serious.
You know the Gatling gun with the multiple barrels?
Yeah.
That's step one automatic railgun. It would have an electric motor on the bottom. Dude, if you could have some sort of magic plug-in, it'd be a problem. It'd be a problem for people trying to oppress other people. If if the underdog got a hold of that type of tech, nah, it'd be a problem. It'd be World War. Just like when we got a hold of the nuclear bomb, we started murdering en masse. Because basically, what you were reading from those patents, an electric motor is just it's a pump. It's like an air pump or a water pump. It just pumps. It pumps that 0 point energy. It pumps that like the energy of Shiva or whatever, the space.
Divergent just dropped this. And people know how much I like Divergent's channel. So let's see what he has to say real quickity quick.
The book 5 of Vibes of Cosmos, and it's absolutely amazing. I'm just going to show you a quick journey or insight into the book, and of course afterwards, if we have time, we're going to go into detail. This book is about the epochs, events, and timeline, and also it touches on the Ice Age and understanding what Pangea is with Terra Vista, and frequencies and spectrums with the electromagnetic fields, along with the motion of the planets, how the planets are moving, one field inside the other. We've seen this in the other chapters in the book Survives the Cosmos, and a very awesome and deep explanation of earthquakes and volcanoes and wind, thunders, lightnings, hurricanes, etc. It starts with the physical world map, the big map and the moon map, and the display on each of the continents, and those dots here, you see the dots on the moon map, so we understand what region of the moon map we are. As we know, the reason why the moon never changes its face is because we see the Earth, or the bigger Earth, on the sky as the moon. So the moon is the map of the known world. When I say the known world, it means like the continents that we know and the waters that we know, alongside Atlantis and Lemuria, and also Pangea, which is Terra Vista, which is now in 80% Ice Age, which is something you're going to understand a lot if you journey to the book and you see everything. So I've left the link to the Vibes of Cosmos website, so you can buy the stuff. My advice is to buy all the books, because they're 10 euros each, approximately $12, and it's worth it. Of course, you can buy this book only, and you still understand a lot. But my advice would be to buy everything. So, frequencies and spectrums. Just to quickly show you, has text to explain the electromagnetic spectrum and frequencies, going into the radiations and the radio frequencies, and things to do with what's natural, what's artificial, the wavelengths, the origins, the generation of electromagnetic radiation, very well explained. A bit of physics as well, if you want to pause and learn. Radio waves, television waves, and the magnetophone and casetophone, which is an evolution of those type of waves. Sound spectrum, again with the sound, so you can understand a bit more how sound works. and also in different types of beings, including human beings. Optical spectrum, very important as well, with the light. That's what defines the colors of the sky, amongst other things, and also many other things. I mean, not just that. The transfer save system, so you can understand, again, physics and mathematics, how to calculate and transform and go from one to another. So this is like a good way to pause, read, and relearn what we've done in school, because what we've done in school is very limited. How the moon is created, the moon creation, in a better way to understand the sun creation as well, with the spectrums, and how the electromagnetic frequencies work, and how the interaction is with the dome, or what we understand as the dome. And this is my favorite part of the book, the Terra Vista, which is Pangea, which we know this from many places we've seen so far when we research, but he shows us via the maps of the moon back in time, so going from the present day 2,000 years into the past, and then 4,000 years, 6,000 years. As you can see, the magnetic pole changes, and then we have the ice age, which makes sense because scientists say that the ice age was 11,000 years ago. And now we understand why, because of the movement of the magnetic pole, which is now in Hyperborea, but 6,000 to 8,000 years ago was like that. So that's why Africa was the only place which was not an ice age. That's why they say that Africa is the origin of creation, right? Because everything else in the side of the world was ice age, and then we go 10,000 years into the past, and 13,000 years, and by the time we reach 13,000 years, pretty much only half of Africa is non-ice. And what we know as Terra Vista, between 10,000 and 13,000 years ago, was the glorious age of that continent. So probably that's where the other humanities were, when we speak about the ancient lost civilizations, right? Terra Vista is Pangea 11,000 to 13,000 years before, and we see the classical maps, and which are exactly the same as that side of the moon we see on the moon map, or on the moon. That's why the moon never changes. Pangea map with the ages, the different ages. We see here, I like how he puts this, like 21,000 kilometers to America, and 2,000 kilometers to Atlantis, and 3,000 kilometers to Africa. So Africa and Atlantis are super close. Now you can understand a bit more about why Africa is kept the way it is. The motion of the planets, very awesome. I mean, this is meant to just pause and read. We're going to do it at some point, but because people prefer photos more than anything, I have to take my time as well to explain, because when you do a video, explaining is not the same as when you sit down and read for yourself. The middle rotation speeds, multi-spiral motions of the dynamic electromagnetic fields. This is something that many don't wish to understand. It's dynamic. It's electromagnetic fields, but they're dynamic. That's why the sun and the moon and everything else is so dynamic, and the one field inside the other. And then again with the maps to understand. Remember, it's not perfect circle when we speak about the sun and the moon. It's the analemma movement, which is mathematically the reality of the real world. And then if you're more about the maps and the planets, what we call the planets, which are not planets, as you know, because in the previous books he explained what the planets are, ethereal fields inside each other, and the elements, space and motions, along with
I really think it should go like
and the atmospheric pressure, the electromagnetic field, earthquakes explained as well, volcanoes explained as well. We have to go into this into more detail. Dry and wet fumes. This touches on the chapter 3, book 3 stuff we've seen before, how earthquakes are being created, seismic activities, summary, and volcanoes, volcanic activity. No lithospheric plates, that's awesome, and moon and weather predictions, that's also amazing. And then this is again one of my favorite parts of this book, the epochs, events, and timeline. And this is beautifully explained, the great cycle, which is also explained on the what we call the zodiac, and we've seen that before. And these are like all the main events with how the world. Remember, the moon is the map of the world. So how the world was. What you see in white is ice, and what you see in dark is continents where life is possible. So that's why right now we are this one here. this is Hyperborea, and that's why life is possible here. But when the ice age comes again, then everything is going to be frozen, and we are super frozen, like in this place here. So it's going to be super frozen. This one and this one, and then this one, and then that's when well, in this case, for example, here, super frozen, and then Pangea is where life is possible. There's also a time when Pangea and the world are half-half. So for example, in this case here, this is here Pangea and the known world are pretty much frozen as well. So there's not much left. So it's awesome to understand. Then he goes into explaining all the timelines all the way from the present day now back 28,000 years ago with the epochs of the zodiac. And then goes from the age of Aquarius and all the way backwards, and with the movements, and also so you can understand how that translates on the disc of the zodiac, which we've seen in the previous books. And now the information we know from this book and the other books goes well like a puzzle, so it's very easier to understand, right? When you read the second and third book, it's kind of like difficult to follow sometimes, but once you see this book now, it makes more sense. And then all the epochs with the maps and the placement on the zodiac map as well, and the ice age, so you understand what parts of the known world are ice and what parts are not. It would be awesome to know what's beyond the limits that the moon shows us. Maybe this is the whole universe, who knows? We don't know. We don't know if there's more, if we go that way or not. I mean, this is even too much for us now, because we can't explore Pangea and we can't explore Atlantis or Lemuria, so that's very sad. Yeah, this is one of my favorite parts of the book. So the explanation of each age, with its zodiac part and the map, so we understand, and the timeline and the time, so we know what happened. And he also goes even deeper afterwards, explaining how the future is going to be like. So there's one part here after he explains thunders and lightnings and windstorms and hurricanes and the recap, dry fumes and cycle. He goes into explaining minerals, which are also super important. I love that one with the mineral stuff, and the elements. So connection and cycles with the wet and dry fumes and the elements of the table. Noble gases are very important in the atmosphere. We've seen that before when the interaction of the electromagnetic fields. Out of the dome. This one also very interesting read. And I think he shows the future as well at some point here. At some point in the previous maps I've seen, he explains the past, and he also explains at the same time, when he explains what happened in the past, he also gives an example of when that event, that epoch, is going to happen in the future, because it's a cycle. That's why we have the cycle. This is in the ancient text of Sumeria, right, with the Anunnaki gods. It's explained in the same way, with cycles and with many thousands of years. I like it. It's awesome. So yeah, this is the Vibes of Cosmos book 5. I just wanted to show you a quick, a very fast, just scanning through it. I left a link to Vibes of Cosmos's YouTube channel and his online shop. Again, it's minimum 10 euros, which translates to $12, and you can pay via PayPal, and you just get the link and you download it to your PC, and that's it. Remember, Vibes of Cosmos always, when you go to his website, he always puts this magazine alongside with audio recordings or MP3 files. So as that's a way of protection. So you buy the MP3 files, which are songs, either like original songs or songs of nature, along with the PDF magazine. Thanks for watching. And I truly, I mean, in my personal opinion, after seeing the 5 books, the person or people, I don't know if it's one or multiple, behind these books and these things are geniuses. And this is the reality of the real world and science. I mean, it's marvelous. I wish I would have studied this in school. My life when I was a teenager and just slightly afterwards, after you're 18, 19, would have been so much different, because it's what I always wanted to know, the reality of the real world. And this is the closest it gets, as far as I don't know of anyone who has reached this level of impressiveness in terms of what you can show, and the logical things behind it and the explanations, and everything makes so much sense. And like I said, even now, with why is it that we always see the same face of the moon, right? That's just so amazing and epic. So This is from the 18th century, usually in France. The big majority of these are in France from the 18th century. And then starting from the 1800s, we see them in the States, in America, in Germany, Russia, and everywhere else. I'm going to show you some really awesome pictures, but first I'll just say like the oldest photos from the 1700s in France. Sure, you can say they're just your typical fire stuff. I see them more as lights, as proper electricity. And of course, you're gonna ask the question, if it is proper electricity, then where did they have the technology from? The resources, the tech, the wires, everything. Or was it wires, or was it wireless, just like Nikola Tesla wanted? And of course, did they pay money? I doubt so. I don't think they paid any money. Like when you see these photos, you pretty much see all these big people wearing these awesome dresses as if they never worked in their lives or built the huge buildings. We're gonna see like more huge buildings as well. This is Moscow. And this is at the very beginning of the 1800s, 1801. And those are lights. They're not fire, they're not torches, they're electricity. Now you tell me if it's with cables or if it's wireless. Let's see more stuff. This is in 1856, 1856. And this one, we already go like at the end of the 1800s in 1896. Behold, be amazed. And of course, all these buildings, we've seen them during the day, but now we're seeing them the night. And these are the buildings that they demolished because they are temporary buildings. Do you think that somebody would actually build this, to demolish it and build all the infrastructure for the, well, I would expect cables, right? Because we are a supreme humanity in the 20th and 21st century, and we need cables for electricity. So they just built all this and then they destroyed everything. Why? Because it was temporary buildings.
Sound like someone came up.
You do all these things and you spend all those resources, and especially with all these like cylinder type and toroidal stuff things, free electricity with wireless, but then you demolish it because that's the thing you do. That's our humanity loves to build. The Chicago Expo, and so many expos, and all these expos, I guess it was nothing for them. I mean, it's already like a big feature, a big huge thing to build all the buildings with perfectly cut stones and gigantic. Everything was so giant. Of course, just make the installations for electricity, and then you just demolish it because that's why you do. And you build some like weird looking parking lots and inferior buildings because why would you just leave this for free? And of course, then afterwards you expect people to pay money. I mean, I guess they didn't pay any money in the 1800s because there was no system in place for money. I mean, Nikola Tesla was ruined in the 1900s. So,
on the news, the power
This is Buenos Aires, by the way, and the capital of Argentina. So you tell me, this is in the year 1910. So is this something to, was Argentina more qualified than the USA and Germany and Russia? It was so easy for them to implement all this, and of course people can pay their taxes. I guess they got by post, how much money you have to pay electricity. So sad. Oh yeah, I forgot. Everything we call divinity and divine was free electricity, and everything was free. Look at this. Do you know how much work you need to put just to make the lights and the infrastructure for lighting? Of course, you demolish everything afterwards because that's what we do when the Earth spins in space with curved water. Oh, I forgot, it doesn't spin. Who cares anyway? So that it's like the lights are beautiful because usually you see this during the day, but then during the night, it's very important because as we spin in space, the darkness of space needs to be light on the skies. So yeah, that's what you do in the 1800s, and all the buildings were demolished afterwards because I guess. Light was ashamed of not having any taxes to be paid and any money, so we just have to demolish, and then we built everything again with cables, so we have to pay money. This is in 1904, so at the end of the 1800s and the beginning of the 20th century, of course, before the First and Second World Wars. It has to be that because if it doesn't. And look at this majestic imperial epic empire, and of course, the expos. So was this built by our humanity, our human species, or was this built by a different human species? And all these lights were there in the first place, and then we just demolish everything so that we can build our own infrastructures to pay money for electricity. I'm sorry, I'm trying to be funny, but I guess it's just very depressing. Look at the size of those buildings. I mean, it's kind of like a really different sight to see these things during the night, because usually we see these buildings during the day. This is in 1897, so the end of the 19th century was supreme, amazing. You know, we just built this like in the middle of nowhere in 6 months or 1 year, and then you built the infrastructure like the Eiffel Tower in the year 1900. So simple, so simple. Of course, people were like doing wars, all this stuff, and it was like economical problems and everything, but still people had time to make all this possible, just for like enjoying yourself. You just go to an expo and you spend some time. This is 1915 in San Francisco, and you just like for your enjoyment, because you travel half the world to see an expo with free electricity, and then I'm just gonna charge you extra money because if you visit, look at this. So the cables, are they like connected underneath the water, the fountain, or is it just like a propagation of electricity through the air? Where's the ether? Is it forbidden to speak about the ether? I don't know. You can decide for yourself what you want to make of these photos and pictures. It's up to you. And going back into the past, this is the year 1760. In the 18th century, in France. I think it's in France. Look at that. So is this like for you, is this fire or is this electricity? So did they have cables back then? Or was it everything ether, wireless? Is this what Nikola Tesla wanted for humanity? What happened to this humanity? So everything is divine or not? Look at this. This is in Germany. Germany in the 17th century, so in the 1600s. Of course, you've seen many pictures of these. These are like people with Jedi swords, like swords with electricity. So that's where the Jedis come from. And these, of course, are fireworks. And then we have like more lights and electromagnetism and everything else. You can zoom in and you can see Jedi. That's where I think George Lucas and the Star Wars franchise got their inspiration from. And back to the 1700s. So going backwards, of course, I just absolutely respect the 1700s, because we just like our horses and like wooden cabins in the middle of nowhere with chickens and all that stuff. But then you see electricity everywhere, for because electricity was the thing. Don't call it divinity or divine, call it free electricity, because even you and I, we are electric beings. But let's go to this epicness, majestic, empire, imperial, the dreams of Nikola Tesla. But of course, if you cannot make people pay for it, then that's a sad thing. This is also like a very majestic building with the lights, and look at this, so amazing. So is this light curving with the curvature of the earth spinning in space, or am I just like imagining things? And look at this, it's so detailed. It's actually very sad, because when you see them during the day, you say so majestic during the day. When you see them during the night, and then you just ask yourself the question, why would you ever demolish such beauty and epicness and majestic? Why? It's a waste of time to just demolish all this. You just leave it there for posterity, for the new generations to marvel at the amazing empire skills of the 1800 people. That's why your grandpa would be, your great grandpa, or whatever, would be so happy. So it's up to you to accept whatever you wish to accept. But in case you've never seen the supreme free electricity, imperial gigantic buildings during the night, this was your chance. So you
yes. Free electricity. Gotta enjoy. Now, what did everyone think about that?
That's the story of electricity that we were told, right? Wireless technology came first. You couldn't bill for it. Then they figured out how to bill for it with wired electrical technology. And then that got put in place and we started getting billed.
Imagine the guy who, like, you know, I wonder who figured it out, like, um, and how they figured it out. Or, yeah, you know, what thoughts are going through the inventor's head for him to, or her, design such perfection. Smoke some herb. What's up, Dean? I sent you a link, didn't I? I said I was gonna. I don't know if I did.
So I got a little story about finding electricity. When I was a kid, I was at my great grandmother's house spending the night, and I was in a sleeping bag. This particular sleeping bag had the ability to build up a static charge. And for some reason, I put my head in the sleeping bag, and rubbing my hair against it created that static charge. And when it discharged, it was like a spider web lightning throughout the interior of the sleeping bag, and it lit up. It was badass. So I'm this little kid rubbing his head against the sleeping bag, and then pulling it away to cause that discharge, and then having basically my own light show that I created, using my own hands. And I mean, if people were wearing wool and they were rubbing together, or maybe they rubbed their socks on the carpet. I don't know what they were doing 1,000 years ago. But then all of a sudden, Thor, or the power of Thor's hammer, jumped between some caveman and their tribe member. Oh shit! Look at that! The power of God is with us. And then they just employed a rudimentary scientific method to recreate that electricity. But yeah, that's my funny little story about an immature human being finding Thor. good words, positivity, enlightenment. Enjoy time. The
My
day is
bad.
warm.
Damn, that shit booted me out when I came back. What were y'all talking about? Peace, Alama, Dean, Dominic.
My mind is still shaped in these electrical motor patterns. Whether they do produce within that motor and how they pump. I'm trying to process my thoughts into a positive, useful outcome as opposed to just letting it run away from me and develop death rays and more advanced energy weapons.
Grand Rising, everyone. How are you, Chuck? How are you? Be what it is. Hope you're both
Dean,
well.
good to hear you.
Man, this weed is killer.
Likewise.
Almost
Likewise,
died.
be what it is. Blowing a bloody howling gale outside here. Hope it doesn't dry all the bloody water I put on the plants out yesterday. Probably has. I was reading a report on the weather there last night. Looks like we're still in for more rain, and summer's still a little way off, as the news people tell us. Like they know when what the weather's going to do. They manipulate it, so of course they know what's going on.
Thanks again, Dominic. That, I don't know what to call it, the hologram set that you sent, man. That thing's dope. I never knew Upper Deck came out with a whole hologram set like that. I also have a few from Upper Deck that had. I think they made a whole set of, like the old cartoons with Bugs Bunny. I have a Bugs Bunny and Derek Jeter hologram card.
Interesting.
Yeah.
It's called Upper Deck, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like they might have been in the upper deck of an airship, right?
Huh.
And they were talking with the engine room, right?
Peace, Bex. Send me a list, Dominic, or email me a list of a couple of your favorite players, man. Cause send you some key cards for your PC. If people want to know what PC means, personal collection. Man, I'm amped up. Got my complete setback. What do they call it? Setback? It's not a setback.
You got your complete set that you used to have. I'm glad that Don was able to bring that back for you.
Yeah, I didn't know what it
Chuck.
was. So am I. People just don't give cars away. Like I've came across a lot of collectors. To be honest, like you ever watch some collectors on YouTube? They got billions of cards in their basement. I'm talking 7 Derek Jeter rookies, right? It'd be all like doubles and triples and quadruples, and you know.
For sure. I mean, you know, you can
They're stingy.
look at if you get a double up or a triple up or a quadruple up, you've got that trading power, right? Later. And that's what usually people do when they collect. We don't get the baseball cards here, but we do get the All Blacks. The All Blacks rugby team. They come in the Wheatbix, the Wheatbix packets, you know. And the old slogan on the Wheatbix packets: "How many Wheatbix can you eat?" Or how many Wheatbix can you do? When I was a kid, I could do 12. I could do a whole row of myself. That one, you know, like it's a cereal, Wheatbix. I don't know whether you guys get cereals like that over there, but sometimes I have a binge for it. Of late, I find that because I've been eating sugar on things like that since I was a child, I don't eat it as much because I'm trying to avoid sugar. You know, so you don't eat the things that. Sorry.
Yeah, I heard that. Trying to eat less sugar.
Yeah, that's what I'm. That's where it is. Be what it is. It's not the fact that I don't want to eat less Wheatbix and cereal and stuff. It's just I don't want to get the bloody sugar that comes with it. You know, I don't know. It's just, you know, how you train yourself as a child. You know, don't put too much sugar on. And as soon as they say don't put too much on, you put too much on. Of course you do. And now that I've had my gallbladder out, like I had that out like several years ago, my toleration for sugar is so much less, but bodily wise, not mentally. Really affects me if I eat too much sugar. Like even just like if you thought about how much sugar people have, I've heard people having like 4 teaspoons of sugar in their cup of tea or their coffee. For
That
me,
fake
that's just
sugar.
Yeah, that bloody white shit or that stuff they got in packets you tear the corner off and pour in.
Yeah, my roommate destroys sugar, and I try to say, man, it's not good for you. But what do you care when you're fucking 68 years old? That's
exactly,
young, too.
Jack.
People think 60s are old. That's young as fuck, if you really think about it.
It is fucking young. Of course it is young. We're so conditioned. We even condition our body with our mindset, right? It's chronic shit, man.
People treat the temple like it's a waste facility, and I have too. I'm guilty of same thing: smoking cigarettes, eating bad food, drinking liquor, any type of pills are terrible for the liver and kidneys. Terrible. They say taking, a doctor had told me taking, let's say, a Percocet or any pill to that, he said even Tylenol, them types or whatever. This is all alleged. I ain't giving no medical advice. But
Yeah, probably.
it's bad on the liver. Like they say, it's worse than drinking. So
Absolutely. I mean, I know because I've, short on an organ that really does play its part in that role. I had to have the bloody thing out because it went septicemia. Would have killed me if I hadn't had the bath it out. Yeah, you definitely note the things that you put in the body now. I mean, I never bloody cared, I'd be on the bloody booze for days, and then my liver wouldn't be able to keep up with the bloody amount of shit I was putting in my body, and yet I did. My brother, he had a bad liver, and when he drank, he used to go grey. You could tell when his body had had enough. He said, "Hey Joe, I think it was time to pack it in, bro. Your body's going grey."
Yeah, for everybody who found out that prescription pills and alcohol is a powerful mix, the side effect of that powerful mix is it almost turns into a glue, and then it saturates your liver like glue in a sponge.
It sizzles it too.
It's so much worse than just the pills or just the alcohol. When you mix the two, it turns into like a binder, and it'll saturate your liver, and it'll just it'll kill you real fast. So if you're gonna do certain things, if you're gonna utilize certain substances, have knowledge, and please do it the best of your ability.
And when you stop doing it, when you stop doing it and you start withdrawing, whether you do it a little bit, it don't matter. I've talking to people that have done it a lot. I went through it. My kidneys were killing me when I was withdrawing. I drank a lot of water to clean them out and wash it. So
yeah, you got to flush. You definitely got to flush your kidneys and your liver with water. Even all your body organs, really. Water's
I thought I was dying.
For that.
I thought something was wrong.
I read an article last night on nanoplastics and
on what?
Plastic particles in water or in fluids and drink bottles. And when you've got bottles that sit in storage, not refrigerated, like they're put through the factory, they're filled, and then they're just put in storage, they're not actually refrigerated. You get leaching, and you get little particles of plastic that separate from the inside of the bottle and go into the fluid. And these plastics are loaded with all sorts of things because they use estrogen as a plastic softener. You can't really mold plastic without some kind of plastic softener, and they use estrogen for that. Yeah, it's a binder to help it to mold the plastic with a shape. And people don't realize, but I've done a bit of research on it, so you got to have a look at these things. And the estrogen combines with the little plastic particles, and you wonder why girls want to be boys and boys want to be girls when you've got estrogen as a plastic softener, and you got mothers that no longer want to breastfeed their babies. They put them straight into a plastic bottle, and we wonder why bloody transgender's coming about. It's not their fault. They don't even know it's happening because their mothers are giving it to them when they're babies, because the mothers don't even know. And these plastic particles that are in there, They're actually so micro they can go
What is
through the cell
plastic created
walls.
from? I heard plastic was created from like these oil plants, like leftover sludge or whatever, the real chemical. It's terrible shit. And then they make
It's,
soda bottles, right, and stuff like
yep,
that, and give it to us.
it's
It's terrible
petroleum.
shit.
Petroleum, when you mix it with certain things, leaves a gelatinous sort of a thing.
I don't drink out of plastic cups for the most part, but I am guilty of drinking soda, and that's in plastic bottles. But my cups, none of plastic. Like that shit get, like you were saying, Dean. That's detrimental to the body.
To me, it just says mums need to really be doing the research. I mean, today we've got so much access to this internet, and that there's just, to me, anybody that's not doing the research on their health, on the way we consume stuff, and the things that we hold as containers for our consumption.
You could
If
jump
we
in,
aren't
Dom, anytime.
Yeah, please do, Tom.
I didn't want to be rude. I forgot to say what's up to Dom.
Just a quick hi to Dean, to BW, and to you, Charles. I'm just chatting with you in the back. Go ahead, Dean. Sorry.
Oh, thanks for coming up, bro. Great talk yesterday. Yeah, I mean, I think that we've got this day and age when we've got access to so much information on the internet. It's not like my grandmother, who had to rely on whatever her mother had written out in a little recipe book for her to help cook with, or what had been spilled over by aunties and uncles, a little bit of knowledge here and there. Those days were very limiting as far as what we could learn. Today we have this amazing amount, a huge genre of bloody information on the internet. And to think that there are people that are living in this world today that don't even consider their own bodies, that they might look into stuff to find out things that could help them. There's a lot to me that are just mindless eaters. Mindless eaters, they really are. I mean, it's a horrible saying, that bloody useless eaters thing, but to me, that's what it is. You can't bloody deny it. Yeah. Anyway, I'll land my plane there. And
There's too much. Yeah, I'm gonna make a video going into these stores and just go to each, like, the meat part. Well, the meat really can't, there's no ingredients for the meat, but it's not like they're gonna put.
Well, they do put things like preservers, what kind of preservatives they've used to help keep it,
Yeah. Or what they put in the cow through, steroids.
Yeah, well,
Who knows?
they get jabbed. They get jabbed, Chuck. They get bloody. They got a syringe chucked in the side of their bloody neck. It's got this in it and that in it. They get another one jammed behind their ears for parasites.
Who knows
and
if
other
it's
things.
even meat, like real cow meat? Where do they come up with all this meat every day, right? In the markets, in the supermarkets, all this meat that's 24/7.
If you look at how many killing abattoirs there are in different countries, and they're pumping out a lot of meat in a very short time.
Show me a picture of a cow farm that has at least 500,000 cows. I don't even think there's a million cows in this world.
I worked in an abattoir in the Northern Territory, and we were putting through up to 2,000 cows a day through that thing.
What?
And that was just one. Yeah, and just about every state in Australia's got a bloody abattoir. Probably more than one.
I never even seen a cow have sex. How the hell do they breed, man? Like the two big ass animals, right?
Two cows can't breed for a start. They're both girls, right? The cows. They're not. A bull is the opposite sex of a cow, right? So, and these days
How
they don't use
how many calves do they have at a time, Dean? Like a cow, 1, 2 babies, just one, right?
They can have two, and I've even known to have three, right? But usually the third one doesn't live. They can support twins. You can put, because they got 4 teeth, you can put 4 calves on a cow. She may not necessarily have them all. She might only have 1 or 2 of them. But you can bring other calves in from another cow that you don't want that cow feeding calves. You can say, right, well, this cow over here, she can raise all the calves, and you can keep that cow over there to be special for her milk. They have herd testing. They have herd testing, and herd testing is what they talk about with herd testing. Is they take the cow's ability, how much milk it produces each milking time, and the
That's why
quality
these
and
country
the
people,
milk fats.
these country people are diesel, big like a cow, because they're drinking cow milk. You know, the country fed people are. It's not the meat or they call them corn fed. It's not the corn. It's the fucking cow milk.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I drink milk still. Sometimes,
Yeah,
not
I'm
all the
guilty
time.
in my coffee. That's it. I just put a little in my coffee. I don't know.
As
You
I
really
said, there's
like
a
think
cut down
about
on the
drinking
bloody.
cow milk? It's like why? Why are we drinking cow's milk? Like that just don't sound like it would have the right genetics or even.
Well, the thing is with cows too, Chuck. I don't think like they're like the wild form. To me, goats and sheep have got a closer connection to, even sheep are bloody different, but goats. If you can get a goat that's like feral, what they call
Why
a
would you
feral
drink
goat.
goat's milk though? You know when you scare a goat, it has like it freezes up, right? I love they're good looking and like I don't want to diss the animal, but when you scare it, it goes to run and it'll like have a seizure and fall over. Like, damn, that's pretty dumb. Goat's milk? I would never drink goat's milk. I'd be afraid of having a seizure like that when you go when you get scared.
Yeah, those goats are crash test dummies.
That's interesting that they tell you guys that they freeze up.
No, I seen videos of them.
I've been out. Yeah, well, they must be genetically modified or something, mate. Because the wild ones out in the bush, when a bloody gun goes off, when a gun goes off, they don't just stand there looking at you. They're running, man.
I'm gonna get a video and show you, Dean. It's actually kind of funny, but it's not. What were you gonna say, B? I think B got some.
Yeah, if you're gonna look them up, the goats that freeze up and faint are called myotonic.
There you go.
So
yeah,
in my rough English, I'll just call them crash dummies.
I know what you mean.
You put one myotonic goat in the herd, and when the predator comes, the myotonic goat freezes up. The predator eats that one, and the rest.
The sacrifice.
Yeah. But
right.
Goat milk has a different shaped protein, and it's closer to human milk. It's more easier to digest, and the people that are not lactose intolerant, they come from a genetic line that have been with domestic cows for a lot longer than the rest of the population.
There you go. That's some great information right there. Yeah, my brother, and my older brother and my sister both couldn't drink milk. They had to have goat's milk. Yeah.
What if somebody drank dog milk?
I don't know. You can put your baby on dog's teat if you had none to feed milk to feed it. I guess to save its life.
I'm about to drink some monkey milk. Fuck it, right? We drink goat milk, cow milk. Let's move it up a notch.
How about this though, Chuck? Your dad and mum's breast milk. She can't feed it, but your baby needs milk. What are you going to do if you've got a dog nearby or a monkey
Slap
nearby?
the baby and say, "Grow up." No, I don't know. I wouldn't give it animal milk.
You're gonna have to, bro. Come on. Are you gonna let it die because you can't get over your mind? Right?
That's a different story.
Yeah. Yeah.
That should be like an emergency.
We got to get over our mind.
But we drink it for how could I put it? We just drink it to drink it, man. It's not like we're starving or dying. So
no, I know.
That's what I mean.
It's become a conditioning. It's become a conditioning, yeah, for sure.
And I think there is more sinister reasons why too, but I'm not going to get into that. Because remember the commercials and even in the movies, they would always say, "Drink your milk." I remember growing up and in school and everything.
Yep.
So
fully. I mean, the thing is too, if you're a country, in the early days, you're trying to survive. You're trying to produce consumer products, right? The biggest way for consumerism is through food and liquid. And when you got a country that's promoting consumerism, early days they're usually promoting foods that will accelerate the money chain for them. That's all it was about, really. It's not about whether it was healthy or whether it was unhealthy. It was about the generation of the dollar, really. That's all it was.
Yeah, a bunch of shortcuts for higher profits.
Yep.
If I can just share for a bit, guys. I think it was.
Go for it.
I think it was.
I gotta look in the back.
I think it was Alice Bailey that wrote on the cycles. So I think the first 7 years, so what I remember reading was that's usually our physical development years. And the weaning process, think about cultures that still practice, 3 to 4 years feeding the child milk from the mother. And I think that has a lot to do with memory. And I think that's when we're supposed to, if it's done correctly, if there's something is correct, those are the years when we're supposed to be drinking milk from whether from a midwife or from a woman anyway. Unfortunately, most of us have been bombarded with this idea that we're supposed to drink after those cycle years, cows, goat milk, and all that. I think our bodies could probably tolerate it. I don't know necessarily it's healthy for us. And I think it would be tested only based on if a person lives 100, 120 years to say, okay, did it really benefit those years? So I hear, again, these are people that are esoteric. Go ahead.
I swear I've seen a video where I think a doctor had said that milk is actually no good for the bones. You know how they say, oh, milk makes your bones stronger, but come to find out, this doctor had said it's not. It's actually detrimental to the bones. And I'm like, I wasn't shocked. I'm like, I'm not surprised.
Your body needs certain minerals and stuff, and you do need calcium. Calcium is part of your bone structure. You could probably even
get that from plants, though. You could get calcium from plants. That's why cows and animals eat that. And they're freaking strong as a steel beam.
I think guys,
Exactly.
sorry, I think this is where guys get the idea that, we hear the phrase first impressions, lasting impression. So our body probably, in this case, when we're getting that, in this case, milk and the calcium, it could probably regenerate itself. It's like, do we need to duplicate blood all the time? So there's a good chance the body has its own mechanism. It's just that some of
Good
us,
point.
a lot of us have lost that practice. My wife's, not my wife, my cousin Savannah, she weaned her child till 4 years. And Zoe is probably one of the most intellectual being that I know, and she's very strong. So I guess it would be, you have to test it. Are most of us fragile, in a way our bone structure is? I always wonder why you hear about a lot of women, they're deficient with their calcium. Did they get it
I,
when they
I
were
was uh,
young?
I was over 2 years on my mother's teat.
And that probably helped you be strong, Dean.
Only because she got pregnant, she didn't know, and she lost the child in between me and my next brother. My brother asked me the other day, he says, "Are you really 69?" He says, "No, you can't be. He says, I'm 65, 66. You can't be 69. And I says, "Yes, there was another one between you and I." He goes, "Really?" I go, "Yeah, Mum had, you might think we only had 4 siblings in our family, but Mum got pregnant 7 times."
Mm. Mm. True. I know my dad told me that there were 6 of them, but my grandmother had 11. So it tells you, the deficiency, and lost 5. I can only imagine what a woman goes through to lose that.
Yeah, my grandpa had like 8 brothers or something, and I look at the next generation. My mom just had me, and I'm like, you see that a lot too. What happened to making huge families?
It's all about the government and telling you what you were allowed. Really, it was.
Well, we introduce, all these different eugenic things, like whether it's birth control pills, day after, population,
Yeah.
economically. A lot of people make those choices. I think we're probably having more sex than probably most cultures have had, but it's just that we're not reproducing. Back in the days, you would need helpers, so you would have children. I remember joking one time with my wife's mother, saying to her, I said to Joan, I said, when does hunting season end? And she would say a certain time. I said, well, that explains why 4 of your kids are from April. 9 months later, after hunting season, so because he was a bear hunter, Dean. And I
Yeah.
never met my father-in-law. I would have loved to have met him, but he used to have like 49 dogs, and he used to have all kinds of people come over to different parts of the world to come to Canada to do bear hunting. So, but they had many kids. It's almost like a look down if you have many kids nowadays, where it should be the other way around.
Yeah, well, I mean, yes, my family's dad. He was one of 9 children, and I know if his father had come back from the First World War, it wouldn't have ended there, right? It was only because he was killed in the First World War that the family stopped growing from then on. Yeah.
And in the days of old, where kings used to believe or been taught that the very first child that opens the matrix is the one that's worthy, I guess. So that's why they would have many wives and have the firstborn. The rest will just be afterthoughts. So again, military strategies, you would have to have more kids, farming. Today, it's kind of like an afterthought.
Well, too, there's a lot of I suppose exposure of the body shape, and when you've got vanity involved, a lot of women will not even breastfeed their own babies because of the vanity that it's going to change the shape of my breast. So I'm not going to, I'm not going to feed my baby. I'm going to give it cow's milk or infant milk.
Yeah, I dealt with
Because
that.
they don't want. Sorry, be what it is.
Oh, I was just saying, yeah, I dealt with that firsthand. What you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of men, they want their babies to feed on the naturally on their mum's teat, but mum's going, no, I'm not bloody misshaping my body just for that. We can get a bottle and we'll do it that way.
We talked about that yesterday, Dean, when we were with Access, the manipulation, both physically, mentally, and emotionally. Mentally, it's posh. Or, nowadays, even if somebody wants to have 5 or 6 kids and you want to live in like a major city, then you have to tend to, how do I feed them all? If you're on a farm and you do well as a farmer, you can extend your place, you can make a bigger place, you can have more land, you can expand the community. In cities nowadays, it's a challenge. Not to say it can't be done, but it's a challenge.
So if you provide safety, love, and patience, that whole conversation about, oh, it's going to ruin my body, it'll fade away, and eventually the kids will get breastfed.
But that's a tough one, B, because you have to get into a person's head. They've done studies when people have done surgery on women to make them look better, and they've done the surgery, but the women still, in this case, I'm just using women as an example, they're still thinking they don't look beautiful. That's a mindset. But yes, providing all that safety will contribute, but for some people, they're seeing blue as red. Even though you could explain to them many different ways, no, that's blue. No, I see it red. Oh, okay.
Oh, again, you have to provide safety, love, and patience. And if that's not your partner, if that's not your person, then it's all right. But eventually, if that's what you're looking for and you provide the environment, it'll show up.
Oh, very much so. But I'm with you.
I definitely agree with what you're saying, because a lot of let's go with the normal numbers. 99% of the people, when I discuss my situation, they explain their situation, and we come to the agreement that it's not the same situation. We're just experiencing each other. Certain people, we have the same situation and we're in the same groups, and the dynamics. Yeah, the dynamics between all that.
And some of it it's not even the senses that we're talking about. We're talking about when a child's in the energy of their parents or their community, and their senses aren't picking it up. And if a parent has an angry energy or confusing energy, whatever's running that vessel for the child, it's going to pick that up and act accordingly. Even though the child might turn around as it gets older. Yeah, but I'm not aware of that. I'm intellectual. I said, it's another energy running in there. And that's a tough one for people to go inwards to observe and say, oh, so I'm carrying on that I think I need to heal the body when it has nothing to do with me. It has to do with the energy that I was exposed to. And that's a tough one for healers, because they think, well, I'll do all the work internally. I said, no, that you observe somebody else's energy. That's not your own to own.
Yeah, I've learned in my experience, you don't need the tuning fork, or the tuning fork doesn't adjust your pitch and frequency. The tuning fork just stays true, and you can do that for other people. If you ring true, then they can adjust themselves and find whatever channel they want to tune into.
Well done, B. Yeah, tuning fork, singing bowls, any kind of even music itself, it's its own kind of tuning fork. If a person grasps the sounds and frequency that's in it, or just at least test it and say, okay, it works for me. Okay, then the person doesn't have to overanalyze it. It just works. And then hopefully somebody can explain to them and say, okay, the reason why you're affected more with this frequency than that frequency, and then they can go from there.
Yeah, just as a side note and some backstory, all my people were farmers, and then when the work was done, they played musical instruments, and some of them actually played in symphonies.
Well done, well done. Somebody must have shared that information. Everybody else just follows suit.
Yeah, my grandmother was my muse. She was She was my music.
Those festivals, when farmers would have festivals, there was always probably a good we could use reason to explain why they do what they do.
It makes a lot more sense too. Creating a mental matrix based on agriculture and based on nature, it's very easy to connect those dots. And once you get more abstract, like the American experiment and a lot of these other ideas, they're not connected with roots. So you tend to get lost if you don't have a safety line. But yeah, what is it? Animism and more like organic nature mindsets are a lot easier to frame the mind.
Yeah, I think at that point, I think we're talking about like chi. Nature does have chi, harmony. Once a person understands that everything interacts with itself, that's why I think sometimes whether people are aware of it or not, when they go into a forest or into a jungle, there's a harmony going on. You know, it might look like from the senses that's chaotic or a branch hanging there, but there is harmony. But what we create or form in cities is not chi. It's not harmony. It's just there.
Agreed. Yeah, if I'm in the field and I got too much energy, I'll ask a tree to take some from me.
Does it give you a receipt after?
Favor for a favor, you know the original way.
Ah, dear. Mm. Chuck just sent me something on the ether. What's that, Chuck? They've sent me their perspectives on the ethers by what's that? Ville Pipola? Pipola. Ether force. What's that about, Chuck?
It's about free energy in the ether. I didn't. It was by accident I sent it to you, but I was putting it in my one of my files I have too. I save stuff too.
Yep,
it's a way to save something and then go back to it.
Yep.
So you don't have to download it.
I possibly do that with you when I put stuff in my saved folder. I probably think, oh, I'll share that to Chuck as well.
But it's good. Now you can read it.
Yeah, thank you very much, bro. I do. I go through the stuff you see. You usually send me.
That's where I got
Not all
this.
the time.
I was looking at the ether, and I found some pictures.
I must admit, I don't watch everything that everybody sends me. I'd be stuck inside all bloody day, and I wouldn't get anything done. And I'm one of these people that like to go to bed when the dark comes instead of waiting up, you know, and turning the lights on and stuff like that. As soon as dark comes, I go to bed. I wake up with the light and go to bed with a lack of light.
Trying to figure out what this means. I mean, I know this could be our realm. And the Aurora Borealis would be coming out the top. What the hell are those things with the threes? They look like resonators.
Real quick on what Dean was saying. Yeah, the sun activates, the sun and the darkness activates, I believe it's adrenaline and melatonin, serotonin. Basically, the sun will wake you up and bring your awareness, and then the darkness allows that to go away and you can fall back into sleep.
Yeah, I think that's how it works. Definitely, I'm I'm like a clock like that. I don't need I don't need a timepiece to tell me these things. They just, I go, right, it's time for bed. Oh, yeah, well, what? You always get to bed so early, and I'll go, well, it's just how it is. My body's just probably been acclimatized to it, through the routine, I suppose. I mean, I don't try to have a routine as such, but it is that way, of course.
Yet, taking it a step deeper, that biological clock could set itself to the sine wave of the energy, not just a visible light, but yourself can feel that increase, waxing of energy, and then it wakes you up,
Yes,
and then the waning of energy pulls you into that slumber. So just at another
exactly. Be
level.
what it is.
Wax
Yeah.
on, wax
I
off.
mean, wax on. I mean, in the morning, that's when I'm at my best. I can achieve more from my daylight rising hours to, say, 10 or 11 o'clock than I can for a whole day, the rest of the day, like work wise. My energy is up there. Once I get past sort of like midday, the drive, the energy's not there.
Who can name
Not
this
the same.
actor? Just putting that out there. I just want to
Oh,
see
I
what
don't know.
people say, because I
To me, it
want to
looks
see if I'm bugging.
it looks like the guy out of. I mean, to me, it's just because I can't see it properly. I'm not going to zoom in, but it looks like that guy. Is it Tully out of X-Files?
I don't know his name, but I want to see if
Not.
he looks like an actor that. See what people say. If anyone says anything. Anyway, fuck it. It looks like Tom Cruise to me in his younger days.
Oh yeah, well, that's true. Probably it is. Yeah.
When
I
I
mean, I'm not.
watched this movie, Simulant, I said, man, this actor looks like Tom Cruise, man, in ways.
I was
Certain
looking for
angles
that.
and shit.
I was looking for that movie, but
What, Simulant?
yeah, but they give me is bloody trailers.
Well, I could, well, I gotta see if I could do a private movie thing, off of YouTube, so I don't get spanked.
Yeah, I mean,
It's
a
a
lot
good
of the
movie. I
stuff
could try to send it. See what
yeah, you can
happens. Let me
see
see.
it go through Telegram like that. Yeah, that's what I try and do. I mean, when I get stuff to share, sometimes the bloody algorithm gives me a whole lot of platforms to share on, but none of them will go to YouTube. It bloody pees me off. That's the one I really want it to go to. It's the one that won't let me use. But yeah, I send a lot of stuff to Telegram because it's a way of saving it. I don't know how many gigabytes I got left, or whether I've got any at all. It's amazing how much you can save on these things. They tell you, oh, your storage is getting full. You need a cleaner. You delete a few photos or whatever, or a few bloody screenshots, and then that's the last you hear of it for another month. But yeah, I mean, that the internet for me is a great experience. I was opposed to any sort of energy form like that years ago. Really opposed to it, only because I didn't really know it. The first time I ever got a touch phone, I couldn't bloody stop touching everything I didn't want to touch and not be able to touch the things I did. I used to think I was all bloody fingers and thumbs. I still have fingers and thumbs. When you look at the size of the bloody letters they give you, the font size, the touch, and you can change the settings, of course, for bigger ones. But even that, I mean, you've only got a limit on that. Otherwise, you can't fit them all in. And my fingers always seem to go over to the next one. I'm having to delete that and go back, hit it again. Self-frustration. Well, we've got sunshine today. Let that song go. Sunshine on your shoulder makes you happy. I love it. I love sunshine. Everybody's very quiet. Only one that's not quiet is Maureen. She's trying not to snore. I'm gonna get up. I'm gonna go and put the kettle on. Nice little iron bed. Oh, we got the cows in the front paddock today. I suppose everybody's blowing out and talk themselves out today.
No, I'm here, Dean. I was just doing a little laundry.
Yes, I suppose we got these talk shows, but we've got to get on with things, don't we?
That's true. That's true.
I was caught up enjoying that song you introduced to us. Reintroduced, I should say.
Yeah.
It almost acts like a time machine, or some sort of a vehicle to take us to a different place.
Take us to a place once that a place that we like to go and visit once. Yeah.
When my father played the song, and when my grandfather played the song, it kind of projects a different hologram to me, but it's always in a more culturally refined time. It's more like the peaks of things where people got together and exercised the better parts of them together. And then in the 50s and 60s, when they had community dances, that's the music we would be dancing to and spending this time listening to.
Well, I mean, we had the same when I grew up. Most of our music, of course, in those days was the waltz, or the foxtrot, and it was dancing music basically. My family didn't have record players as such, or a gramophone. The radio was basically the source of sound, and it wasn't wireless. It was one that was hooked into the power system. So that didn't come along until I was like 12 or 13. Radio. Same as TV. We had black and white TV that arrived around about the same time. We got power when I was 11.
I'm sending it now, Dean. I'm trying to send the movie.
Thank you very much.
Now. Let's see what happens. It took forever for me to that's where I disappeared to. It kicked me out of here. I had to figure it out. Go ahead, my bad.
Download it. Yeah, it's all good, bro. I understand it's going. This shit happens. I don't know what's going to happen when I start doing it. How much frustration it's going to bring me.
Yeah, it's 1.8 gigabytes, so hopefully it'll go through.
I've just got to go around and put the electric fence on because I got the cows in the front paddock here. And I turned the electric fence off the other day.
You got cows?
They're the people's property that we stay on.
That's nice.
They've got cows. So
that's dope.
I just got to. I'll take my camera off and. Here we go. I'll take my camera off and just show you the cow. There's the cows.
Christos, peace. Mark Basket, peace.
There's about 400 cows in this herd.
Hold on, let me put you on full screen. Crikey, mate. Boo. Do they speak Australian?
I don't know. I think these are Kiwi ones.
Wow, that's a lot of cows. That's at least a good 50 of them.
No, there's 100 here, and there's 400 in this mob. That's not all of them. The paddock's big. It goes right round the other side of the house, and they're right down there. Right? It's a big paddock.
Poor bastards. I seen this video of this guy hunting squirrels. And he shot him between the two eyes, and their eyes popped out like fucking. I was like, damn, poor squirrel. You just got fucked. Its eyes popped out like Mr. Potato Head. I never seen anything like it, man.
It's about 50 cows. Yeah.
People get mad when animals attack them, right? But you gotta think, what have we done to animals? They don't trust us. They're not stupid. They see us coming and they're like, not today. You ain't killing me today. That's the first thought. So they attack people.
Yeah. Fully. I mean, I can walk through all those cows and they wouldn't even worry about me,
Yeah, they know you're not coming to steal their baby or, you know, separate their child from the mother so they could get more milk. They know you're not gonna mess with them. You should go look for shrooms, man.
Well, I want to. But it's not the right
If
time
the
of the
guy
year.
catches you, just be like, "Oh shit, I was sleepwalking. What am I doing over here?"
Holy! On your Chuck. What do we want here?
Oh, I got you on full screen. My fault. Boop.
It's all right.
Let's see.
I don't like.
It's about one
Do
here.
you drink
so
coffee? Do you drink coffee, Chuck?
Kelly. Coffee?
Yeah, you drink coffee or tea?
Coffee. I should start drinking tea though.
Maureen drinks tea, coffee, and I drink tea. I can't drink bloody. I can't drink coffee actually. It makes me sick. I'm bloody glad of that, really.
I heard it's not good for you. So I think I heard, like, you know, they say wait an hour after you get up to drink a cup, so your body has time to. It's not good to wake up and pump your body full of coffee. They say it messes your heart up.
No, I prepare. I've actually got to get some more. These are getting run down there, but there's a bit of pine needle. I drink pine needle tea most days, and I like to prepare it in the morning.
So you just break it and then throw it in the water?
Yeah, I get these like that. That's the needles there on the branch. And I just take them off, make sure all the little bits on the end are off, the fluffy bits, which has got a lot of turpentine and that sort of thing in it. But yeah, that's enough there. I'll get another drink out of that.
Hey, Dominic.
And then I just put it in a little.
What do you think colors? How do colors? You're saying in the back. I was thinking of how do colors trigger different moods or feelings or. Who remembers mood ring? My mother had a mood ring.
I think there used to be old traditions, and some people still do practice it. I just don't know who they are, where they understand the days of the week are associated with different colors, and we can associate food colors. So, you know, when we have Marta D, Luna D, Merca D, these are like Latin for days, and there's energy behind each one. So
you said what? Martha D?
Yeah, Marta D, Marca D. Like those are like different ways that I can.
Oh, Marca D.
Yeah, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday kind of idea. Luna D. Again, those are all associated 7 days. You know, we have a couple. I don't know if it's 7 major colors. So, but moods are associated with colors, with numbers. So if a person can attune to that, then they know certain types of foods to eat, certain types of days. So, but what you're initially asking about moods, you know, I think you were leaning a little bit towards back in our day when we had the mood ring. You know, how was it able to distinguish from whatever energy we have in our fingers, or when people used to wear it as a necklace?
Heat signature, yeah.
Yeah.
If I could add on to that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So the other thing about colors or visual colors in our plane is the color we see is the color that the object is reflecting.
Well done. Thank you. Thank you, B, for that.
Mm. Isn't it amazing that we look at trees and they're different shades of green? It's just a reflection of the light, but they reflect different shades. Like I'm just looking out, there's a lilac bush out on our side of the garden there, and its top of the leaf reflects a real dark color, and the underside's almost white. Just take this coffee down for Maureen.
Plants are a perfect example. If you look at their color, they appear to us as green, or the majority of the time they appear to us as green. And if you look at grow lights, a lot of the LED grow lights have red and blue lights. And then when a plant transitions through its cycles and through its stages, it reflects different light, which would indicate to me that it's taking in different frequencies and energies, and then putting off as well different frequencies, energies, and substances during that timeline.
Of course. I mean, yeah. I mean, if you could even take infrared shots, you'd see, like even the aura, right, of the plant. Even maybe it's like that aura that you see in plants that is their signature, their what do you call it? What they give off. It's invisible, but it's there. It's like a scent. You can't see the scent, but you can, it's there because you smell it.
Right.
And that opens up to the ideal of what is the unknown. Is it images? When people play instruments, they, some of them, give them the benefit of the doubt, they're seeing or picking up colors. So are we in the ordered realm, and in the chaos realm, the unknown realm manifests itself? Hence, when people talk about the Bible, God created something in its image, not form, image. So I've always had this ideal that what we see on the physical plane, there's an unknown plane right around us or above us. So we see cities, but there could be another city somewhere else, like an image city. I've always had the ideal that I have a spiritual family, but I also have a material family. Hence entry point. I choose to come into a physical realm, opposed to I was born in the womb. I jumped into a vessel once it came out. Again, that's just me talking. Other people obviously have different spins on it. I don't know if there's one particular way that's correct, but
that's why I say that in my rhyme, Dom. I said from the celestial waters to the womb. But
nice.
I think the same thing, that we came here by choice.
Mm-hmm.
I used to always think
Sadly,
that, how did we get here? Everything's too intelligently designed, man, to be
if you came here by choice.
Yeah.
Sorry, Jeff. Go for it. Go for it, bro. Go for it.
Whoever seen that movie when they were cops, but people seen what they truly look like they would die and then come back, and they would go towards the light and come out the womb. But it's hard to explain. Let me look the movie up. instead of just
Go ahead, Dean. Unfortunately, this is not Zoom where you can put up your hand. Go ahead, Dean. I know Chuck was sharing. Would you mind sharing? Because I know you were going to put something out there.
that would be good if they had that hands to put up.
I know.
Well, I was just thinking of like the aura, and if we choose to well, actually, what we choose to come here is actually what we were talking about after that. Yeah, so we choose to come here, and I think to myself, crikey, did I choose to come into a family so dysfunctional? Truly, you know. But I suppose when you break it down, how many families are truly functional when we arrive in them, right? Because I don't think any one of us in this world today, when our mindset is shifted by just so much, even what we believe in, what our parents believed in, what each sibling that you're born into the family already, the siblings that are already there, they're already setting up belief systems, all based on their surroundings. So I think as an experience, if you were saying we come here on purpose, did you think?
Well, I said by choice.
Yeah. Okay. So by choice, I mean, did we choose to come into that family, or were we just like chucked into a particular, well, into any, just like any, in a random way, rather than?
What if you chose to come here, but knowing you that would be erased? That
Well, yeah, I mean, that's a possibility, Chuck. We don't know. I can't say that for sure, because I haven't died in this lifetime to say that I've been out there, whatever it is out there.
there's too many references in movies of avatars and the body being somewhere else. Like I said earlier, The Matrix, the movie Avatar, the movie Nine, in a way, when he makes 9 figures out of his soul. It's always the separation of the energy and the material, the flesh.
Yes, but what I was trying to sort of exemplify on was, if you choose to come here, okay, you make a choice, you come here. Do you choose that family, or do you just get dropped into that womb? Do you choose that mother's womb, or are you dropped in there? Because I mean,
just dropped in there.
What kind of mental bloody mindset was I in to think to come to the one that had a tyrant there, you know? And they were struggling to keep bloody food on the table, and they had no electricity, they had no amenities. What the bloody hell was I thinking? Right?
That's why you cry when you come out of the womb. You're crying because you know what I'm saying? This place is a shithole.
If I can entertain some ideals, the reason why I think sometimes, again, this is only ideals, guys. It could be my truth, but it can only be perceived as somebody else as an ideal. The reason why some people, if not some of us, go around saying, well, I've never died, maybe it's because we're seeking incorrectly, because we've never died. So no one once knows that, then a person can say, okay, you hear terms about anything that's in a body of water is owned. So anything that comes from the womb is owned. That's under the assumption that we are those things. You know, if whatever. Go ahead.
Sorry.
No, go ahead. No, go ahead, Dean. Go ahead.
I just go, by golly, I forgot the bloody power's going off today and it's already turned off. Sorry, I interrupted.
I usually again, it's one of those things where when a person realizes, why do we have horoscopes? Because there's entry points. Why do we have walk-ins? We assume that we actually were 9 months in the womb. This is why when people say things, a woman will say, well, I have certain foods that I need to eat, but I don't desire them. The vessel does. No different. I chose to pick a name for myself. I don't use it. I use Dominic. It's actually Domenico, but Dominic is the number for 11. So I don't mind playing with master numbers. Where other people, they might question themselves, well, then I don't believe in that. I said, it's not about believing. It's about being aware. Now, I can't tell somebody else. If they feel that they were in the womb, so be it. But we have to also entertain why we have astrology. Why do people talk about walk-ins? And that's why we have different ages, even in our own life cycle. We have different ages in each one, and certain gaps are ruled by different planetary alignments. This is why we have what I'll call them images. Just because I see everything here and I keep touching it, tasting it, smelling it, doesn't mean my senses can look up in the sky and say they must be the same thing. Again, I play with the idea that we don't die, but we choose to come into these forms to have an experience because we also experience other places.
Yep, I get that. I don't think we die as such as the not the physical body, but the soul itself.
Mm-hmm.
But the physical body, I think we just change shape. It's interesting that we hear about these gods of old in mythology and how they shapeshifted, right? But if you're going from one body into another, or from one plane of existence to another, that to me is a shapeshift in itself, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. We go back to seed too. Think about plants. They go back into seed. Some of them plants, flowers. They're perenniums, I think they are. And then there's other ones that just end up dying. The form is always aging.
Perennial, more than 1 year. Yeah.
Thank you, by the way, Dean, for correcting my bastarding of words. Well, again, it's one of those things. We're living in vessels that are constantly aging. That doesn't explain time, but it does explain an aging process. And as we are on land, and then we have the presence of the sun, that might actually play a role in our aging process. But that's the vessel. This is why when people say, well, Dominic, I'm 40 years old, I'm like, who's 40 years old? Your vessel's 40 years old. That's just that we're forming attachments. I must be the body. I must be the thoughts. Well, if I'm the thoughts, why am I able to have such a big vocabulary of words, but yet I only learned so many in school? Am I picking up language without me being aware of it? This goes back to the monkey cracking the coconut in one part of the realm.
I think that's a big yes on that. Yes, we do pick up on things that we are unaware that we are. Yes.
Again, that's energy again. I'm using a word to describe it, energy, whether it's light, air, whatever word we want to use it. But again, we're always trying to entertain the senses. How do I prove that, Dom? I can't prove it. And let's say somebody does astral traveling. I think you've shared that, Dean, or other people that do remote viewing. Doesn't mean all of us are able to do those things. Not everybody can get a heart transplant and now start picking up memories of the heart donor. Not everybody has that gift. I can't run like Usain Bolt, even though I know how to run. So either A, I can denounce it, or I turn around and say, I can appreciate another man's or a woman's craft, gift, curse, whatever word I want to use to describe it. So again, I don't think energy per se dies, but then that opens up the question, what is life then? We just aimlessly, as a race, aimlessly think life is something we talk about, but then when I cut myself, where's the healing done? From within. So is that life? Or am I literally in life? Hence air, prana. Then we have words like afterlife. Now we're talking about, oh, okay, so if we're in the three-dimensional, if people like to play the ideal of dimensions, then what's the fourth dimension? Time. What's the fifth dimension? Space. So what's time then? It's not the clock and the watch. And it's definitely not based on those things up in the sky called signs. Again, I'm just playing with words, but they're kind of breadcrumbs, you know. By the way, 3 dimensions, physical, emotional, mental. Those are your 3 dimensions. Now, people can entertain different words. You know, I'm using an English language. Somebody in Sanskrit would use a different type of word. A person in Greek would use a different type of word. Again, we're all trying to describe the undescribable.
Yeah, well, I mean, I just carry on, bro. I'm just, you know, like, I just think, like, yeah, what is a dimension? What is time? It's just I guess we gauge time through our actions, how long it takes to do something, I suppose.
Dean, it'll be like us all trying to explain before we even use the Wi-Fi, how does it work? Most of us are the frogs in the water, and we know how to use it, but we don't understand. Like if I tell somebody, okay, you see the object called a car. Where do you see all the alchemy? They'll describe all the material shape shifting. I said, but what about the language itself? When you say the word car, steel, plastic, that's alchemy in itself. Now, where most people will get caught up will say, yeah, but I know how to bend and make this called metal. I said, once again, where's the word? Hence the spirit. Where does the word car, metal, steel? And then we start using many descriptions, such as me and Dean are sitting in the kitchen, seeing a fridge in the kitchen. Those are all experiences, those words. That material's still there. But we're using words to describe the undescribable. And then Dean knows how to speak Hebrew. I know how to speak Latin. We're still describing the same thing. But what is the words? Where do the words come from? Where are the thoughts coming from? That's for people that are trying to grasp that kind of stuff. Other people, they just want to have a nice physical, material, plain experience, which is fine. You know, they're not people who understand if we're not the vessel. So I've been working my whole lifespan trying to obtain food and shelter for something that I don't own. Yes. That's why it's not a big leap when people say you don't own nothing and you'll be happy, because most people lean towards being happy. I said, but what about all the other emotions? You know, most of us are underneath the bridge trying to Jones. I want to be happy. I want to be happy. Happiness is a moment in time. In time.
Excuse me, I'm eating now. I'll actually mute my mic.
So maybe that's why we chose these coordinates, because some here just want to live here and be happy. They don't want to put up an antenna. They don't want to receive anything, and they don't want to broadcast it onto this plane. Me personally, I figured out through a lot of work experience that I have to go places because others will be in danger if they went there. There's a need, and the boss says, hey, you go fill the need. And I've just learned to say, yes, okay. And if I've been directed, go to this place and do the thing, apparently I just said yes, and I'm here doing the thing.
Mm-hmm. Oh, there's obviously at that point be a lot of programs running to even make that decision. It's like when people like to use the word Satan as the adversary. Yeah, he's the adversary. He's not trying to deny you of leaving here. No, he's the adversary. You want some nice things in life? Yeah, I'll give it to you. I'll tempt you. You want Wi-Fi? Yeah. You want a car? No, you don't want a car. You want a truck? Yeah. You want an 18-wheeler? Yeah, I'll give it to you. It's an anchoring process going here. It's not personal per se for each individual being, but most people, unfortunately, not most people, that's overgeneralizing. For a lot of us in different moments, we're self-absorbed. We're serving the self. We're serving the program. That's the sad part. You know, it's like me having a computer and I'm serving the ongoing program and ignoring the fact
Right
that
on
there's,
point.
yeah, they're not having awareness that there's a hard drive running the ongoing program, and there's even Wi-Fi and electricity that's running that computer. So the AI is kind of like us in a sense, what we're in. You know, the mind, I think you said earlier, Dean, mindset. Should the mind literally be set? You know, some of us, we learn one language for one lifespan. So the mind is, okay, we'll set you guys in motion. You'll just learn English. You might learn how to speak it, read it, write it, comprehend it, and have thoughts in it. So there's 5 degrees or modalities. You know, dare not learn another language and then ask yourself, am I going to learn how to read and write it too? No, you're just going to learn how to speak it and have thoughts in it. These are all programs, all of them. And that's the masculine energy. Dare not actually get into the feminine energy. And now you can be the student and then realize, oh, I can observe those things. What they teach in school is not school. It's not teaching. That's just to be a better, I don't know, servant of some sort for the economic system. Which, hey, again, if people enjoy it, it would be nice to at least to become aware of it. It's like when people say, I've earned lots of money. I said, okay, you've earned a lot of money. Do you understand how money works? Well, not really. Okay, so you're half the program then. Okay. I'm not here to tell them otherwise, but if they say, listen, Dominic, but it's wrong, I'm like, you would still have to understand how the system works before you can even say it's wrong, let alone right. And what does that serve? And who does it serve when somebody says the word right or wrong? It serves the self, the lower program. That's why I jokingly tell people they should read the Satanic Bible. Why? Because it teaches all about the me, left-hand path. Again, there's nothing wrong with that. It just is. But for some reason, there's a lot of beings still thinking that they're here to fight the system. Okay, but try to understand it while you're here. Because if not, they might be disobedient, unaware. You know, maybe we choose to come here and help each other. They're not, most of them realize, well, I want to do nirvana. Well, that's usually a self-absorbed person that wants nirvana. They're not actually go beyond the light and then come back to assist each other.
If I may?
Yeah, go ahead, Steve.
So if you are incompetent to minister your own affairs, there is an administrator that will, that will handle your affairs if you're lost at sea, right? Is that kind of along the lines of what you're saying?
Yeah, carry on. Be what it is.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm listening.
Yeah, go ahead. I think you're going somewhere with that.
Yeah, the principal entity or the Adonai, the Lord of this realm or whatever, the Satan, the administrator. I heard authority defaults to that mechanism of our realm, of our reality, whatever. And if you wake up and if you take control of your, well, again, the whole you concept, if the vessel's in control, nobody needs to step in and control the vessel. I'm kind of just speaking randomly and abstract, so you got it.
Control might serve for some people. Stewarding it might be a different type of word. You know, you steward the vessel like we steward the land. The ideal of owning or controlling anything, it's a tough one because I get that's the self again. But I get there's times you have to be responsible for certain things. But again, a lot of people want to control things. And then, of course, they extend it and they go beyond their own lane. And then it's, okay, well, I'm going to control my wife and my kids, my environment. I'm like, do you? Then if you truly, I'm not saying you be, but if a person truly values the concept of control, I'm surprised they go to sleep then. Because then they would have to realize that the vessel is being run on its own. It's its own consciousness. You know, we're living in a suit that people can communicate with the vessel. Not all everybody, but some people can literally communicate with their vessel.
Yeah, thank you for the word steward. That's a lot more accurate.
Well, there's many words. And if it resonates in each moment, maybe control might be valid. You know, I have to control the situation. Some people might say I might observe the situation. Again, it's just words, but it does have energy, each one. And if it works, this is where I think discernment would come in, to discern each moment, how does it serve? But do we ever get into those fully aware moment to moment? Maybe not the conscious mind, the awakened state mind, but the unconscious mind might literally do that constantly. Hence why people do meditation, for example. They start hearing that jabbering of the ongoing waking state mind because it's all caught up in senses, where other people, they have to get into that restful stillness state of sleeping or resting, and then they start having dreams. Again, that I might just be playing with number 2 here, full of shit, and the ideal that maybe there is another realm, there isn't another realm. This is where philosophy comes in, let alone science, the whys and the hows. How does that work opposed to why is it the way it is? People like to play the typical half glass, half full, empty game, and this is where they have the earth is either flat or there's a globe. Okay. But how does that serve to explain to a child that the earth, which dry land, if you broke it down to the word, is flat? As he said, well, Dad, but there's a mountain over there, so that's not a true statement. No, it isn't, son. And you see up there, son, there's these 2 little spheres up there. We're like that. Well, Dad, have you been high enough? Well, no. I said, then how can you truly say that? This is where people that get into the flat earth and the globe story is no different talking about I'm a Christian and that person's a Muslim. It's an intellectual conversation for the sake of proving a point. Dare not ever question your own point. I'm not saying you guys question one's own point and even use those senses that can easily be misled and realize I don't have any clear-cut answer. And NASA, and I think I told that Dean, doesn't mean about lying. It just never tells you a straight answer. And what do most people need? They want an answer. Why do we even need answers? And for who? What purpose? To serve the ego? And a lot of people are spending a lot of energy talking about globe and flat.
I think people like to prove something. Like to prove something.
Mm-hmm.
Like that they need proof that that something exists.
Yep.
Yep.
I'm with you, Dean.
That's what it is.
And if you're a farmer or a hunter or whatever, you want to be able to duplicate it so you can teach the next generation. This is why we do it. And then hopefully along the way, when traditions are being applied, there will be somebody that's going to still even question tradition. Because if you don't, what happens with traditions or customs, either it will die or people will follow it aimlessly. You should still question, Dad, why do I have to follow the sun and plant potatoes today? Son, I'm glad you asked that question.
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah. Not everybody's going to do that. That's why you have wise people that will talk about it, maybe even scroll it or whatever, scribe it. And then there's other people that are going to do it. Now, if a person could be their own sovereign being, hey, all the power to you, but they're few and far between. We all need each other. The whole concept of being independent is delusional at best. If you don't want to be
at best,
at best, and I'm being polite because I've never met anybody, and that doesn't still prove that I know for sure. But if a person doesn't want to be interdependent with civilization, take your chance being interdependent with nature.
Exactly.
Most of us are dependent in civilization. So when somebody tells me, Dominic, I'm independent, I say, okay, let me understand this. You're driving that Ferrari, right? Well, yeah. Did you make that Ferrari? No. What about the money that you actually paid with that? Did you make the money? Well, no. What about the product and service that you offer? Well, not really. I said, so where does it show that you're independent at all? Now, for them, that's a tough one because their pride's in the way. Well, what about you? I said, a self-absorbed person making it about me. How interesting. I was just trying to give them a clear cut. Best you could be is probably interdependent because somebody helped make that car. And last time I remember, it takes lots of people to build the car. It just takes one person to drive it. But which one's wiser, the one or the thousands that took to build that car? This is why when people are scholars, they read books. I said, there's thousands of people that have produced that book, edited and all that. And you just read it and you think you're wiser than everybody else? Fill your boots with that one.
Would the delusion be
there's one thing for sure. If we didn't have the creation, be what it is. Carry on, be what it is.
I was asking the question, would the delusion or the disillusion
You're borging out. Peace to Kimba, Mindless Exposures, and Forever Love 774. You borged out, B. Uh-oh. You went through a portal.
I mean, for me, I see without creation, we wouldn't have anything to base anything off, would we, Dom? You know, it's something.
If you didn't make mistakes, however, would you learn?
There has to be existence of something before we can even identify with it, right?
To entertain the senses, yes. Without it, then we're playing a different game, I guess. We would be like, does air die? Does the sun and the moon die? You know, like it's one of those things where we see the material no longer existing, and then it just reproduces itself. So, but yeah, our existence, I don't think, my view personally, Dean, whether or not we're here, life is going to continue. You know, when somebody tells me that they've seen their parents, I think we've experienced it. Obviously, you have experienced it, Charles. I will experience it. If there's an order to things, that my parents no longer will be here, but I'm like thinking, but what do I mean they're no longer here? You know, the vessel, it's not animated anymore, but I like to think that energy is always here. So maybe you might, Dean, I think, go ahead.
I think existence is what brings energy, right? I mean, without existence, you'd have none. We wouldn't even know that you existed. That's why I think creation is ongoing. I don't think creation is like something that just happened and then it's finished. I actually think it's ongoing.
Well, talking about existence, I was thinking today, I was like, man, I haven't dreamed about my mother or my family. You know, I do here and there, but it's like after they passed and moved on or whatever, I don't dream about them as much. It's like every once in a while I have a dream, but when they were alive, I dreamed more about them. I wonder why that is.
Well, dream a lot of times have to do with a message trying to be conveyed to somebody in that sleeping state. And we do a lot of conscious ignorance. We ignore a lot of things. You know, this is why when people, they can be in the awakened state and realize the senses are limited, and then they can use their imagination and communicate. But again, we're always trying to reinforce it by pulling it down into the senses. This is why when people speak out loud, whether they're hearing themselves, it's nonsense. It's actually beyond the senses, let alone non-material. It's beyond the material. But again, most people will get so caught up in the material and forget the words you're using is in the unknown. I don't see tree when I'm looking at an object. I'm using two words to describe things I don't see there. And then somebody could be beside me and associate. I could say, Dean, do you see that redwood tree? He would probably, if he knows what been classified as a redwood tree, he would look over there. But he's having a thought, but he doesn't see the word redwood, let alone do I see it when I say it out loud. Hence the spiritual meeting the material. There are two different things going on there, if not many different things going on. So that existence, am I to think as a human, or in this case, being in a human form, it only applies to me? What about that cat, that cow, that tree, that rock, those clouds? Dare not people do cloud busting and say, how does that work? You know, an empty sky, then all of a sudden you can make a cloud appear, let alone make it disappear. Well, Don, that doesn't happen. I said, are you sure? You know, it's one of these things like, could people really deal with at this time that we can communicate with the unknown realm? Person said, well, that'd be difficult. I said, well, then explain how a cell phone can pick up from a satellite, but in between there's energy. Who's giving us that combination? How did radio frequency really work? How did what's called electricity really work? We're just kind of in the program, and once it introduced us, we just take it for granted.
Well, true. I mean, if it wasn't for artificial intelligence, we wouldn't be using a phone.
Mm-hmm.
So you've got to acknowledge that there's certain principles had to take place for that to even be for artificial intelligence to even exist.
Can we find out, Dean, that we're artificial intelligent?
Yeah, well, that's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. You know, we're part of the machine. I'm bloody sure of it.
And we're acting it out. There's a
Not
good
say
chance.
sure of it, but there's a good chance we are, you know.
Yeah, it could be, you know, like why do we have, you know, the whole concept of divide and conquer kind of ideal. We have so many languages, so many dogmas, you know, like, I don't know about you, Dean and guys, I've never heard whether it probably have to be more pen to paper, written history that have we as a species ever worked collectively? I've never heard about it. And how would that look like even if it did exist? You know, would we have one government? Would we have one religion? Would we even need them if we were collective? Would we need a government? Would we need religion?
Would it look like a pyramid?
That's why they create poverty and all that, I think, and control everything, so people will want a government. If people had everything they needed, you know, they wouldn't need the government, period.
But the thing is,
there would be less crime too. That's what I wanted to say.
But the thing is, we're living in a realm where everything is already provided for our needs. We just have our lacks, our wants, and then learn how to be a farmer or a hunter. But a lot of us, I can only speak for myself, I get caught up in my comforts, knowing that I can get into somebody else's man-made car, use somebody else's man-made money, and go to somebody else's grocery store. So I'm already somebody's bitch, whether I'm aware or not. But people complain about it.
That's what I say too.
Yeah.
What about the concept of the God King?
What's that be?
The concept of the just a hypothetical ideal of like an Egypt-style God King, to where the one pharaoh or the one breeding party literally breeds up the whole kingdom and programs their neurochemistry, their biochemistry, programs every single thing, all of the light they see, all the darkness they see, all the ones and zeros. So essentially the pharaoh's hand is moving the blocks into place.
Well, basically, yeah, I feel that's all we really are anyway. Is we're the progeny of a few. You know, not the many. We're not the progeny of the many. We're the progeny of the few.
Well, would it be a collective society? That's what I'm saying, as more of a independent society.
Are you talking a little bit, you know, when those people do those experiments where four people are around somebody and they all touch that person and they can all lift that person up together?
No.
No? Okay. I was going to say, because you're talking about giving all the energy to one particular source and then they can move blocks. Like, I'm trying to follow the energy that you're going with that.
So top down like a pyramid. The pharaoh basically has, 1,000 concubines provided for him before he was even born. The concubine's DNA is manipulated in an organic way to where they produce something. The pharaoh takes that something, turns it into either a laborer, a skilled laborer, engineer, priest, or something. But it all comes through the God King into these entities. And let's just say the laborer moving the block of the pyramid would be such a close connection to the extension of the pharaoh, you could almost say it is a connection.
Well, they do show pictures of the pharaoh and people doing a triangle around them with gold objects in their hands. So they're using gold as a conduit.
I get what you were saying, B.
A conduit or a conductor?
Probably a bit of both, actually.
Made in our likeness and made in our image. It's pretty much the same, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Yeah.
Because the American experiment is to produce these individual characters or archetype or whatever they're trying to summon individuals. But then again, these more ancient cultures are more of like the hive mind collective style, to where it's split like a prism into like a caste system, and the machine is still one organism.
Yeah, the source. Just like the source was split into two, the negative and positive.
It was just a thought that popped into my head for a collective society as opposed to a like an adversarial society full of a bunch of independents.
Probably gonna jump off of here at 5. I'll wait till 5.
I've got to go and sit in my car
5
because we
hours.
got no power today.
That sucks.
And I've got to use my charger to charge the car up, to charge the phone.
And that's why we have to, we don't have to, but I personally would like to build me a fucking generator.
I took
Some
my
sort
whole
of energy creator.
I took my whole system apart the other day because we've had a big shift around of
There you go,
rearranging
Dean. Use the thing in your car to power your house. The we were talking about that earlier, me and B. The what does it be? The
alternator, generator, or inverter.
Yeah, you need an inverter.
Yeah, I've got an inverter system, B, but I've taken it all apart at the moment because I'm moving everything around. They say a change is as good as a holiday. So everything's being moved around. I've taken it all apart, which is a bugger because I forgot about, buddy, the power going off today. Anyway, that's what happens.
Did you ever get a new battery?
That's what happens when... Sorry?
Did you get a new battery?
Not as yet. I haven't had the new battery arrive yet. I'm still doing work for that. It's an expensive one. And yeah, so I've got to do a little bit more, a few more days of work to, oh shit, sorry. I turned the car on and I listen to the stereo loud when I drive. But yeah, so yeah, well, just got a little bit more money to earn to get that battery, but I'm going for a fairly high-priced one. It's a really big cost. In New Zealand, it might not seem like a big cost in other countries, but $800 over here, it'd be probably like probably about maybe 14 or 1500 in or 800. Yeah, if you were paying 800, it would be like 1500 for us, right? The cost, the exchange rate in other countries are a lot better than ours. But yeah, so I'm just gonna, biting the bullet instead of taking the cash. I'm doing the work until I get enough money to say, right. He said, "Oh well, you got enough now to get your battery," and I was like, "Right, that's what we're doing." I've got a 700-watt inverter. I'd like to get another one as well, so that I've got a 1200 or a 1400 plus the 700. Just in case that I need to run, like, I mean, this is only a power outage for the day. They're doing line work today. But if you get a power outage, like you get a big storm comes in and it blows out a couple of power wires, or it blows out a whole line of bloody power wires, then you're not going to get keep your food in your freezer. I got a bloody freezer full of food. I don't want to lose the bloody thing, you know. Yeah.
Did anyone? Go ahead, Dom. I'm going to change the subject.
Yeah. And on that one note there, again, that Dean is like most of us as humans here. It just reinforces how vulnerable and dependent we are on that technology, in this case, electricity. You know,
yes.
You know, that goes back to when people want to fight the system, first understand how much we're engraved in it. The guy that lives off the grid, he's not using the word living off the grid. He's probably doesn't have the internet, doesn't have a car. He's probably living in a forest, probably cutting down trees, understanding how to fish and all that. Most people, when they say they're living off the grid, I'm like, okay, but I see your truck and I see your satellites. I see your solars. So you're using a government term. I live off the grid, which is nice.
Yeah.
And that's great. You're reducing the amount that you're interconnected with nature, with humans, but you're still connected to us. So.
Absolutely, it's a false paradigm when you can say that you're living off grid. Because if you've still got a car, if you're still using the amenities, if you're still even running a wire system in a solar powered unit, it's not living off grid. All that is using off grid type technology, which is. But even there, it's still grid.
Yeah, one more thing real quick about the batteries before we change topic.
Okay.
If any of you, Dean, especially you, if you go the direction of a ceramic case homemade battery involving getting all the acids and the anodes and the cathode materials and building rebuildable batteries, I'm definitely interested to get in that conversation and to start those kind of experiments.
Okay, I see where you're going. Yeah, look, I don't know if I'm going to go that way, to be honest, be what it is. I mean, for a few years, I was researching ground batteries. And you can make up you have to have a fair sort of an area of ground that you can put aside for it. But you can use different rods and wires and basically just water, you know, to set up a ground battery. You don't even need all those acids and such that you want to put in a ceramic, what you're talking about, container. You can actually use a ground battery just using copper rods and I think it's either aluminum and like a titanium rod or something. And just have interconnecting wires, but you've got to have the moisture in the ground. If the ground's dry, it's not going to produce as much as electricity as what damp ground does. You're going to need the connection. Yeah. And water's a conductor, right?
Yeah.
All right. I'll say what I was going to say for the next live stream. I was going to talk about cameras, and I was thinking about cameras and who the hell was the first person to think of like building a camera, and how the fuck do they put, hold the video on that thin piece of strip that, on VHS tapes and all that stuff, how they capture that. Who thought of it? I'm going to look into that more.
It's a good, I mean, let's break into the conversation a little bit so that we're prepared for it. Yeah. I kind of feel when I've looked at the I'm in a group, the Dr. TARDIS. Anybody in Telegram can look it up. The Dr. TARDIS, they call them. We got over 5,000 members in that group. And they're showing pictures of people using telephones and holographic pictures of the person they're talking to. So, and these people are walking around in Victorian type suits. So that technology, who's to say who invented it, you know? In our time, when it was possibly brought forward from another time. I think all the information that we get on cameras, on technology to begin with, has come from another time, and we just find us. We didn't make the bloody stuff. We didn't invent it. We just found it. I really do think we're the finders here. We're not the bloody inventors.
Yeah, Dean, I still go with the ideal, the whole thing about biblically when they talk about nothing new under the sun. I said, and I usually just use words out loud, like, what about beyond the sun when they talk about possibility of different landmass? Maybe we are the village within called the earth. And meanwhile, there's other masses of land and technologies are coming from a place maybe called Atlanta, Germanica, Odin, you know, but people just hide it behind myths.
For sure, yeah.
I still question the whole idea of Buddha lived today. How would he give up all his attachments if he had like a nice scooter or a nice bike or a remote control iPhone?
Exactly. Who's to say he didn't have that, you know?
Yeah, that's true too.
Well, I wasn't there, so I can't say.
You know, or not taking a cheap shot. Well, it might sound like I'm taking a cheap shot at Jesus when he's giving fishes or water. Well, give me a second. Let me just phone Uber. We'll get a whole bunch of fishes coming over here to the mountain in no time. You know, I get it. We like to look at old stories, but we still have to remember, how does it apply today? How can we use the story?
I even go, well, you know, there were mixtures of different sized people. And so Jesus could have easily been, him and his 12 disciples could have easily been giants. And they were speaking to this new race of people, us fellas, the short ones that had arrived. And he went and caught a bloody fish, and the bloody thing was a monster. And for us, it looked like a bloody monster, but, you know, it was only 2 or 3 fishes. But it could feed bloody, you know, us midgets. It could feed us all, right? Just a couple of fish.
True. Even that, when I hear the story of it, I'm just using that as an example. If me and you had some fishes and some bread, and then a whole bunch of women came with their family to like some mountaintop, it would just be an act of kindness that was applied.
Yes, of course. I truly believe it was an act of kindness, without whatever size the fish were, or what sort of fish they were, or anything. It straight out of the heart was an act of kindness. Absolutely.
I've seen that.
Who remembers these? The magnetic strips. That's what I was talking about in the VHS tapes or TDK music tapes or whatever. You know, who the hell thought of making a magnetic strip and that it would capture light? You know, like, these are the type of shit I think about.
True, Charles. Bata versus VHS, reel to reel, record players. How are they able to capture sounds and frequency?
Yeah.
In this case, sounds inside of that magnetic thing. that's probably reinforcing the whole concept of people playing with the idea of magnetic energy everywhere.
I used to think that when I would listen to my Wu-Tang albums and tapes or look at vinyl records, I would think, ooh, how the hell are they capturing the sound into these magnetic strips? Or in the vinyl record, I think it's the same thing, right? Magnetic strip. And what, how was it invented? I'm gonna look into it and see what Wikipedia has to say.
As I said before, Chuck, it may not be us that invented it. It may have already been tech that was found, right?
Maybe it was
I really do.
It probably is from the ancestors. But I mean,
But that goes back to, did the ancestors invent language? Or were they just like us?
What is language? It's a bunch of sound.
Sound. There's also body language. There's many language. Thought is its own language.
Because even cats, people call that, oh, that's sound. But same thing as us. It's a different language. Or, for lack of better words, I'll call it a language. Because they communicate perfectly fine, animals. And they're just doing sounds to us. But I always would think, how the hell do we sound to a cat? They're looking at us. I wonder what they're thinking. Like, what the hell are you saying, right?
It poses way more questions.
And vice versa.
Yeah, it is vice versa, Dean. No, Dean. Again, it poses more questions with questions. And if a person's looking for an answer, a lot of times it's like eating food that has it's malnutrition. You're missing something in it. You want more. More of the same old, same old. Again, and do we assume our ancestors were like lesser aware than we are? Maybe the masses could have been.
No, I think they were more intelligent. They didn't have I'm going to call them de-education camps. They didn't put people in places to make them dumb and controlled. People were free thinkers. And, that's how I see the past. A less controlled environment. People were more, connected to whatever.
Mm-hmm.
The higher self or whatever people want to call it.
Mm-hmm.
I think today we're more disconnected.
There's a good chance we've always been disconnected as the masses. In 100 years, we come back and some of us are conscious. It's around say, how many people invented a car? A handful. How many people created the Wi-Fi? A handful. How was it back in the days? Probably a handful. When I say a handful, it could be millions. But overall, most of us were in the system enjoying or complaining about some of the things that we have. But most of us aren't really participating in creating Wi-Fi or creating the car, the rubber, the steel, the glass. It's maybe in previous times or even in other parts of our world, they are participating as a community. Somebody's making the wood that needs to be for like a shed or something. But for me, even as an electrician, I'm in the Lego business. I'm putting things together. That's all I'm doing. I'm not making the plugs. I'm not making the pipe. So. But I'm aware of that. Where a lot of people in a lot of industries, they're not aware of it. Is a surgeon making all the machinery that he has to use to do surgery? So then we just become specialists then.
Yeah, fully. And that society's gearing people towards that. Today. You and I might have grown up in a time when there wasn't so much access to it, but it's still there. It was still there.
Yeah, Dean, like to me, you're when I hear my wife and I hear you, Dean, I hear a person that comes from a time where you learn many crafts. You know, you got to be a master of none, but have many crafts. Where today, a person can say,
That's what I feel. Master of none, but I have got many crafts. Yep.
yeah, yeah, but it was very useful. You know, but today you could be a doctor and don't have to take care of your car, not your house. You just earn enough of that piece of paper. To me, that piece of paper is no different the structure of a king. A king says something, well, I'm a king. Why? Because I've been anointed. From who? Okay, well then do your own thing. You know, it's a little bit of a spin doctoring going on with those kind of customs.
I've been anointed from Spider-Man.
Woohoo! So you're not going to get we'll call it a, you know, what they call from 2019 like a jab. You got a bunch of spider bites.
Yeah, these kings, they think they're just, you know, these so-called royal families, like they're royalty and no one else is. They have people fooled to think that. It's sad that people think lesser of themselves because of religions and they've been misled.
Well, I was watching just the other day a documentary on King Edward VIII and all his ramping of, you know, executing everybody. I'm like, did he actually do that? No, he convinced a whole bunch of people, as like typical a psychopath would. I don't like that person, so cut off their head. Like, how many morons would have to be with that type of moron? You know, how many people would actually be the child that turn around and say, the king's not wearing any clothes. Everybody else are too busy being, and I hate to insult a poor animal, being like sheeps. Dare not stand up and say, I'm not going to follow you. I'm not going to fight you. I'm just not going to follow you anymore. And how many people would actually walk away and not utilize their energy anymore? You see how quickly the elites would fall apart.
Yeah.
But as long as
I've brought up that same concept to walk away and for us to first come together and work together as a unit. But that's so difficult for a lot of people. There's too much mental issues from the system, all these ideologies and a lot of other stuff that get in the way.
How many people would
Who's
just
ready
work?
for an Exodus or a Viking?
How many people would work only 3 days a week just to cut back on their financial gains? And you see how quickly the people in power would have an issue with that. That's just a start. Forget about if people just stop working for money. You know, how many people that are policemen, firemen, doctors, and lawyers would actually give up working for money if they're going to be honest with the self? Most people, they're not honest with the self, but they'll say shit like, I'm following the truth. I said, you're not even honest with the self yet. Hence, get your own life in order, your own house in order before you start thinking about helping other people. And I'm talking as a hypocrite right now, but I'm okay with it. Most people won't even talk like this because they know they have to come to the realization they're full of shit. But even that shit's still good for fertilizer, by the way, guys. I don't want to throw us completely under the bus.
I'm on day 2 of a fast, so I'm only half full of shit.
Okay. Well, you're probably using the other half, by the way, B.
Brilliant.
Have to be funny a little bit, guys, because, you know, if not, then it's going to be all serious.
Oh, we've got to laugh at ourselves. We really do. You know.
We do. We do. You know. And
We all got to be full of shit. You know, we come
point.
from the system.
Yeah.
We're trying to shed that.
Yeah. If not, then Charles, that's a rare unicorn, and I have to question it. It doesn't shed?
I don't know. I don't know if we ever shed it. I just think we maybe shift our own reality of what that is.
So that would be a pair, one that doesn't bleed and the other one that doesn't defecate.
Can you say that again, B? Because I didn't quite hear that.
So what would a being be that the maternal half never bled and defecated as well, but the male half never defecated from conception, from birth? What type of entity?
I got to jump off of here in like 10 minutes.
Yeah, we're
Just to
fully.
let everyone
I mean,
know. I gotta jump off like 10
we got
minutes.
to. Thank you very much, Chuck, and yeah, thank you for having us up here. But yeah, we I mean, we defecate. You know, the word defecate, but it's actually just expelling something from our body, really, isn't it?
Poison.
Even verbally, when we speak.
It's like throwing up out of your ass. Your body wants to get rid of that garbage. It filters out what it needs and then gets rid of the crap, right?
Yeah.
So a different variation of that would be it intakes no waste and excretes no waste. What would that being be? That's interesting to think about. How would they create another? The 1 + 1 = 3. How would that pair create a third if, for lack of better terms, if she never bled, if they never, procreated in the, let's just say, human way, but they still created a third? What type of being would that be?
Yeah, your voice muffles, B. That's crazy, right? It goes to muffle, and then it's normal, and then it goes back. It's. Are you on like headphones?
Yeah, I'm on
Bluetooth.
headphones. Yeah, Bluetooth. I think they call that shadow banning.
Right? Isn't this voice going in and out? I'm not bugging.
Yep. Yeah. No, it is. Yeah. Shadow banning, or I suppose that's the term that best applies to it.
It's all good. I use certain words, and they're better kept in private, but I tend to open my mouth sometimes.
It's all good, bro.
Yeah, I try to do the same. I try to not hate no more. Like have if I don't agree with something, like that will offend someone, I'm trying to keep it to myself. Like I told myself, I'm not going to be sarcastic with Jesus and all that no more. I'm not going to. It offends people and they get in their feelings. I'm trying to elevate past that childish behavior.
There's plenty of room to do it in private. Whatever you want to do here in this existence, like you can pretty much do anything if you figure out the equation. But again, if you're doing extreme things in public, it'll kind of shake up the population, and they don't really like that.
Anyway, thanks very much, Chuck, for entertaining us today, and we'll see you on the rebound, no doubt. And
yeah, thank you, Dean.
I'll go and have a look at the link you shared with me and see if we can hook into that.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I gotta look into that.
Yeah, definitely. Thanks, Charles, for having us up. It was a great build today. I'm gonna jump down. Dean, salute to you. Much love. Dom, it's always a pleasure. Salute to you. I'm gonna
thank you,
I'm gonna be down in the comments.
All right, B. Thank you, man. And thanks,
I'll
Dominic.
drop down too. Thanks very much, guys.
Peace to everyone in the chat. This was a great convo. And I'll probably be live tomorrow. If not, Saturday. But I'm out.